Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oops. Had myself open on a different screen there. Okay. Hello, hello. It's time for more experiments. And by experiments, I mean it's time for more reading. It's currently 30 degrees Celsius where I live, and I'm suffering. So it'll be a sweaty reading. Let's put it that way. Turn the music back on.
I'm gone.
Alright, what were we doing? We talked to these Thokolas. We saved their life from the evil woman. The evil Aasimar woman. We also got our scars healed up a bit by Sebastian, so we have 16 charisma now. Yeah, I guess we'll just go around and do stuff here in the lower ward. Anazi. You see a sickly Gitzerai woman. She is hunched and bent, and her constant coughing is obviously a source of pain to her. She holds a handkerchief that is practically soaking with blood, tissue, and phlegm to her face. She spies you and hisses. Greetings. She stares at you and speaks a few mumbled words to Dakon. Dakon glances at you and says, She cannot understand your speech. She says she is dying. Is there anything we can do for her? Know that she will not recover. I can put her out of her misery, that is all. As a Zerth of the people, it is my responsibility to provide an alternative. Then be merciful, Dakon. Dakon draws his blade and waits for the woman to prepare herself. She touches the unbroken circle of Zerthiman he wears for a moment, and her face is stoic. His blade is a blur, and when he has completed the stroke, she lies bleeding on the hard stone of Sigil Street. Well struck, Dakon. Let's go.
Updated my journal.
Stop staring at my tail, you skull!
No, that one's too lean. Come on, we got a special on slaves. Use them for whatever you will. They're right over here. Step right up.
Yimin. The man has rough leathery skin with a pale yellow cast and gaunt features. His face is angular, his nose is small and highly placed, and his ears taper to points. A tracery of tattoos and scars cover his body. He is dressed in strange, gaudy leathers that look more ornamental than combat ready. His eyes are like two small black stones, and they track you as you approach. Before you reach him, Dakon pauses. I would caution you against speaking to this Githyanki. What's a Githyanki?
Updated my journal.
Githyanki and Gitzerai were once of common stock. We were your slaves and food for the Illithids, mind flayers, who devoured our lives in order to succor their own. One of our ancestors, the warrior Queen Gith, led us to victory against the Illithids, and we escaped. We have waged unending war on the mind flayers ever since. However, there was disagreement over the future of our people. Upon the blasted plains, our leader Zerthiman made the pronouncement of two skies, and steel was bared. One race became two. It is a rift that cannot be crossed peacefully. Well, let it go then. Let's go.
Here, I'll take him. I'll take him. Come on, we got a special on slaves. Use them for whatever you will. They're right over here. Step
Twist. You see a young woman who is trying to get your attention. She's wearing shoddy clothes, but her demeanor is one of elegance, unlike that of the people who surround her. Upon closer inspection, you notice that her skin is clean and smooth, lacking the yellow tint of the inhabitants of this ward. She notices your approach and smiles at you.
Greetings.
I thank the powers that you noticed me. I am in need of the services of a mercenary. She pauses and examines you more carefully. If appearances are any indication, you would seem to be such an individual.
Appearances can be deceptive.
A look of concern crosses her face. Yes, Cutter, forgive me. I did not mean to offend you. I am in a situation of, well, desperation. I have exhausted all resources available to me in order to remedy my situation, but...
What exactly is it that you want of me?
She nods to you. The heart of the matter is that I am to be sold into slavery for a crime I did not commit. I am in need of a champion, someone who will help me prove my innocence and free me from this fate. She pauses and looks at you expectantly.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
She thinks for a moment. This is long in the telling, Cutter. Please bear with me.
Go on.
She sighs as she begins to her tale. My husband died recently and left me his business. I am not business oriented, so I decided to sell. Not long afterward, I was contacted by a lender saying a loan on the business had not been paid. She pauses to gather her thoughts. I examined all the documents my husband kept and found that there had indeed been a loan taken, but it had just recently been paid in full. I explained this to the lender and, a few days later, he asked for a copy of the document. It was nowhere to be found. She looks concerned and pauses to think.
Go on.
Well, when I could not prove that the loan was paid, the lender took me before the court. My monies were taken and applied to the balance owed. Since it did not pay off the loan, I am to be sold on the block to try and recover the remaining amount due.
She gives you a forlorn look. I don't understand. Why sell you into slavery?
She shrugs. It serves many purposes. First, it keeps the prisons relatively clear of all but the vilest criminals. Second, the sale of the convicted is used to pay for any damages, costs or fees involved in the case. And finally, the convicted still serves a sentence from which they are eventually released, supposedly as better citizens.
This is all fascinating, but I don't see how I can help you.
I need someone to find the missing document, the one that proves the loan was paid. Or if you could purchase my contract, I could pay you back. She gives you a pleading look. I can't spend the next 5 years of my life in this ward, Cutter. It will kill me. Surely you've noticed the illness shared by all who live here.
Yes, the yellow skin and coughing.
She nods her head. Yes, Cutter, please, can you find it in your heart to help me? She looks at you nervously. Please.
Oh well. You've been found guilty in a court of law, and only the law can help you.
A look of concern crosses her face. Well, surely you realize that even the law can err at times, Cutter. If an innocent were to suffer due to such an error, it would be a terrible miscarriage of justice. She appears desperate now. Please, don't leave me to this fate.
Yes, I'll help you. I have some questions, though.
Ask anything, Cutter.
What's the lender's name?
I know his name well, Cutter. After all I have been through, I will not likely forget it. She gets a faraway look and then shudders for a moment. Byron Pickett is his name. She pauses for a moment. And his associate may be someone named Lenny. Not Lenny!
Who is this Lenny?
She thinks for a moment. There was a small, feral-looking man who came to court a few times. He would sit behind Pickett and whisper to him occasionally. She pauses and looks lost in thought.
Go on.
She frowns. I remember him because he always seemed to be uncomfortable in his clothes. He would pick at them as if they were new, as if he were not used to wearing them. On one such occasion, Pickett told him to sit still and stop fidgeting. He called him Lenny.
Where can I find Lenny?
She thinks for a moment and then shrugs. I am not sure, actually. My husband told me that some ruffians could be found southeast of the market, near the siege tower, I believe.
Where can I find Byron?
I think he can be found in or around the open-air market. Forgive me, but I am not certain.
Who do I talk to about your contract?
That would be Duran, the auctioneer. He's usually over there, on the block. She points to the front of the platform.
Could you have misplaced the loan document?
She shakes her head. No, Cutter, I am a very meticulous person. I kept the document in a lockbox in my husband's study. It never left our room.
Do you think the loan documents could have been stolen?
She shrugs. I don't know. Why would anyone steal that, yet leave other valuables be? It makes little sense to me.
Well, maybe the lender stole the document so that you'd pay for the loan twice.
She looks at you in shock. That is a terrible thought. She hesitates and then begins to tap her chin with a finger as she thinks. But also a most ingenious one, Cutter. This Byron Pickett does strike me as a knight of the post.
A what?
She gives you a quizzical look. A thief or a cheat cutter. Such are called knights of the post or of the cross trade.
Have you explained any of this to these courts you spoke of?
Oh yes, Cutter, I've explained my situation to many. You are the first to be willing to help me.
I must be going now.
Ooh, this is not a no death run. Nor does it have dual Ingra. Hello, Menisk. How are you doing? Yeah, we did have to kill ourselves a few times when we were doing the tomb puzzle. But it is still a no reload stream. I haven't had to reload yet, so we are still going strong on the no reload part. Duran, you see a boisterous auctioneer. He's very animated and does a lot of shouting, yelling, and stomping. He seems to have a tendency towards melodrama and makes a lot of strange facial expressions as he waves his arms. What class? We're a mage currently. I think we're level 10. I forgot to check. I'll look at it in a while.
Greetings.
He glances at you and motions to the crowd that he's taking a break. Well, 1,000 greetings do I bestow on you, sir. He does a double take when he notices your scars. You know, I take one look at you with my discerning eye, and I see a man in the market for some healing charms.
Do you have any charms?
He gives you a shocked look and gestures grandly at himself. Do I, Duran, have any charms? No, sir, I do not. However, don't let that fact discourage you. I have plenty of other items for sale. He points to the rear of the auction block where a group of people stands in chains. I think mage is the most canon. Yeah, I agree. It's the best class. Hello, Baldur's Gate nerd. How are you doing? I am sweating like a pig because it's 30 degrees Celsius. It's horrible. It should not be this hot in August. Like, come on. Especially this far north.
You sell slaves?
He shakes his head. No, sir. These are indentured servants, not slaves. For the most part, they are guilty of minor crimes. The proceeds from their sale go toward paying their debt to the city. After their term of servitude, they will be free citizens once again. You're figuring out EE Keeper? You wanna make a Kensei dual assassin? Yeah. Those would be some pretty fat backstabs. ×7 backstab with Kai using a katana. Damn.
Good luck.
It still sounds like slavery to me.
He gives you a bright smile. I don't concern myself with such thoughts. My task is to sell their contracts as given by the courts of Sigil. He lowers his voice as he leans in closer. And collect a percentage for my efforts, you understand? He straightens.
You said they were guilty of crimes. What crimes did they commit?
He shrugs his shoulders in an exaggerated way. I don't know for certain, but I would guess theft, assault, or not being able to pay their debts. Those are the most common transgressions.
I see. I have some questions for you.
He shakes his head. Little time for such wigwag, friend. There's dealing to be done. Speak quick.
I want to ask you about Trist.
He frowns for a moment and shrugs. Very well, sir. What about Trist?
She says that she doesn't belong on the block.
He sighs, then frowns at you. Would you say otherwise if you were in her shoes? He shakes his head. I have heard her stories, sir. Although I sympathize with the lady, there is nothing I can do without evidence to back her up.
What if I can prove she's innocent?
He laughs and looks at you mockingly. As an agent of the courts, I would go before them with new evidence and have all judgments against Trist reversed. Do you have such evidence?
Not at this time.
He nods his head. Do you intend to seek such evidence on behalf of Miss Trist?
Yes, I do.
He stares at you for a moment, trying to gauge your seriousness. Very well. I will not auction Trist for now, sir. Good luck in your endeavor. Now leave me be. I get to it.
Thank you.
Updated
Farewell.
my journal.
I kind of want to get into the siege tower because there's a really cool character we can talk to over there. One of my favorite characters in the whole game, in fact. Yeah, you know what? I want to do that now.
My lungs feel like a chimney.
But we need to talk to a specific character if we want to get into the siege tower. And it should be this kid right here. Laszlo. You see a young boy with pale yellow skin. His clothes are dirty and in need of mending. Currently he is tending a furnace.
Greetings.
He turns and gives a half smile as he sets down his work. Hell, do you need some help?
Yes, I have some questions.
I'd be pleased to help you if I could. The boy looks grateful not to be toiling over the furnace. What is it I can answer for you?
Is there anything worth seeing around here?
Not much to see. The Great Foundry is impressive though. You might check that out. Home of the Believers, you know. He stops to think. Most of the more amazing sights are in some of the upper wards. It might be better to look around there. I heard there's a brothel there, the Fest Hall, and some other places that are more interesting. I don't know for sure. I've been here all my life.
Tell me about the foundry.
Center of the ward, pretty much. An impressive structure, to be sure. You can't miss it. Just head north. You'll know it by the big gates. He marks it on your map.
Tell me about the Believers.
They got a bunch of names. Believers, Godsmen, Believers of the Swords. We mostly just call them Godsmen. They have their kip in the Great Foundry and they seem to get by pretty well. They're a pleasant bunch. They believe that everybody can be great. As great as the powers even, if you just strive to reach it. It might mean you have to start life over a bunch of times, but you'll eventually get there after a time.
So they're another faction here. What faction are you?
He smiles. Oh, me and me are in-depths. We're a faction that's not really a faction. We're a faction that believes that people are free to do as they will. We're a pretty loose bunch, and we don't take too kindly to making or obeying other factions.
What is the purpose of all these factions?
He glances at you. The factions are them that cover most of Sigil and the day-to-day business. There's a bunch. There's the dead, the dustmen, that take care of all the dead bodies on the streets. And then there's the governors that make the laws, and the sensates. There's a number of factions. Here in the lower ward, we mostly deal with the Believers, the Godsmen. He nods in the distance. They have their kip in the Great Foundry, and they're a pleasant enough bunch.
What can you tell me about these other factions?
He shrugs. Nothing really. I never cared, being an indep and all. The faction houses have plenty of people who give you the chant. Go ask them.
I see. Why does everyone seem to have yellow skin around here?
It's the sickness it is, caused by the bad air, what with the smoke and all. The factory smogs. It can get pretty hard to breathe easily around here.
He shrugs.
Some days, it's not good to be out when the smogs linger too long. They can scald your eyes right out of the skull, so it's said.
Can't something be done about it?
I don't know. At times, winds come from the spire and blow the city clear of smog, but that's not as often as would be liked.
He blinks, glances around, then shrugs.
Ladies will, I guess. Don't make much sense, but then little does if you look at it long enough.
Can you tell me about this word?
Oh aye, this here's the lower ward. Common folk live here, like me and Mida.
His eyes widen a bit and he looks excited.
Do you know why it's called the lower ward?
No. Why is it called the lower ward?
Well, as it's reckoned, the ward's got a mess of portals to the lower planes all riddled through it like cheese, so it does. So I suppose that's why the name stuck.
He smiles proudly. Why are there so many lower plane portals here?
He shrugs. It's a mystery to me as it is to you, Cutter. Not sure if there's a reason for the portals as much as just circumstances. Could be the lady's will. Could just be chance, suppose.
He shrugs again. Do any creatures ever come out of these portals?
His eyes grow a little wider. Aye, they do. Most of them just stopping through.
He swallows nervously and looks worried. You look nervous. You've seen this yourself?
Aye, I've seen it. He pauses and swallows again. It was just last week or so. I saw a couple Abishai come through a portal. They talked a good bit and then one of them went back through. The one that stayed is still there.
He frowns. What were they talking about?
I don't know for sure. To me it was just hissing and such, but I think they was talking about the tower. Hello, Benu. How's life treating you? We're just talking to a lot of people and I'm trying to not lose my mind in this goddamn heat because it's really hot today. But yeah, things are going quite well.
The tower?
Updated my journal.
Aye, that's one of the strangest sights to be in the world. No one really knows how long that scarred old tower has been around. You can't get into it, you know. Bolted up tighter than a chastity belt. I'd be curious to know what's in there. He thinks for a moment. The Abishai was gesturing at the tower and the portal. They was looking for the key, I bet.
What key?
The key to the portal that leads to the tower. Every portal has a key that opens it to somewhere. The key can be a gesture, an item, or even a thought. Many have tried hard to get into the tower. No matter how hard you try, you fail.
Maybe the secret to getting in is to not want to get in.
Updated my journal.
He shrugs. I don't know, Cutter. Maybe.
Tell me where this portal is located.
Updated my journal.
He stops to think for a moment. There's a drawbridge-like contraption back at the tower, east of the market. That's where it is. He gets a faraway look.
I must be going.
For a while. Okay, now we can get in. Because we deduced the way to get in with our superior intellect and wisdom. My nameless one is literally a redditor with his intellect and wisdom, although his charisma is a bit too high.
I'm gone.
I think Mort has the right charisma for a redditor. You approach the location of the portal that the boy Laszlo spoke of. You begin to replay your conversation with him in your head. Maybe the secret to getting in is to not want to get in, you hear yourself say. Suppress any desire to enter the tower. Grenadier is one of my favorite characters in this whole game. Coax Metal. You see an iron creature. Its size is staggering. If it stood full height, it would shatter the roof of the siege tower. Thundering echoes rattle the walkway as the creature hammers away on its forge, and the smell of soot and ash fills the air.
Greetings.
Updated my journal.
There is the screaming of metal on metal as the giant turns to face you. You suddenly realize the golem is built into the siege tower itself. Girders, pipes, and huge bracers run through its lower torso and into the walls, and the bottom portion of its body makes up the forge itself.
What are you? I am iron given purpose. What purpose? I forge the implements by which the multiverse will be unmade. You mean forging weapons? That's your purpose? Metal is like flesh. Both carry potential in their veins. When tempered with heat and pressure, the potential surfaces. My purpose is to bring forth this potential. Allow it expression. Who do you make these weapons for? I forge them for the sake of entropy. They are pain seeking expression. What does entropy need weapons for? Beyond this tower, order rallies its legions. The multiverse heals its wounds. In time, its strength may equal entropy. The multiverse is your enemy? Why?
Updated my journal.
The multiverse breathes, it grows, it stagnates, it forges its chains around the planes link by link. In time, even entropy may be chained. And you're opposed to chaining entropy? When a thing seals itself against its own destruction, it merely dies a different death. So you're saying immortality is just a different kind of death? Immortality is only a word. All that exists can die. You're saying you could forge a weapon to kill an immortal? Every living thing has a weapon against which it has no defense. Time, disease, iron, guilt. How do you know what weapon to use? One must know the enemy to forge such a weapon. And how do I do that? Start with a fragment of the enemy, a drop of blood, a crystallized thought, one of its hopes. All of these things tell the way it can die. What if your enemy strikes from a distance, from shadows, and never shows himself? Then that is the fragment of the enemy you must use. How? The actions of your enemy have told you much. Your enemy does not wish to engage you directly. That is a weakness. Or for some reason it cannot engage me directly. That is an equal possibility. Either possibility reveals weakness. And how do I exploit that? The actions of your enemy have told you it does not wish... Didn't he say this already? How do I exploit that?
Updated my journal.
If the enemy does not wish to confront you directly, deny its wish. Take the battle to the enemy.
Updated my journal.
And if the reason it can't attack me directly is because it has no choice, if it is not allowed to confront you directly, find the reason. The reason will reveal a weakness. You said immortality was just a word, that all that lives can die. Could you make a weapon that could kill me? Yes. Really? How? I would need a drop of your blood. That is all. Very well. The tool of your destruction has been forged and educated. It is not enough. What do you mean?
Updated my journal.
The magics that keep your heart beating and mend your flesh are strong. You must sink the blade into your body only within a shell where you are cut off from the planes. Why? The reason is not known to me. Yet both the weapon and the place are necessary for your destruction. Where would I find such a shell that separated me from the planes? That is not known to me. No. What is this place? This tower is a siege engine. It exists to breach the walls between planes. Breach planes? How?
Updated my journal.
The tower anchors itself upon a plane. A wound is torn in the multiverse when the bridge of the tower opens. Legions may pass from one plane to the other through the tower. When the plane has served entropy's purpose, the tower anchors itself again. What happened to the legions that have used the tower? Entropy has unmade them. And what happened to the planes the siege tower invaded? Entropy has unmade them. I see. Have you heard of a night hag named Ravel? The night hag sought to sunder this city. Her greatest works were those of unmaking. She walked the path of entropy. Do you know what happened to her?
Updated my journal.
Order set chains about her. She was cast within a cage. Do you know where this cage is? Her prison is unknown to me. Can you tell me more of what you do with weapons? Metal is like flesh. Both carry potential in their veins. When tempered with heat and pressure, the potential surfaces. My purpose is to bring forth this potential. Allow it expression. Why do you do this? The iron of my body once existed only as minor expressions of pain. Blades, spears, axes, arrowheads, rivets in catapults. From these implements of war was I wrought. What happened? These minor expressions of pain were melted to forge this body. My potential was allowed to surface. Now my purpose is to bring out the potential in other metals. You said that someone melted those weapons and forged your body. Who? Entropy raised me from the planar battlefield. All things have a common ground in decay. War is necessary. Death is necessary. Decay is necessary. These things are never necessary. To promote them and glorify the destruction they cause is wrong. There are no limits. Limits are one of the links in the chain of order. Limits must be shattered. Even if death is the result. All must fall upon entropy's blade. The time nears when it will be necessary to breach the walls of creation. Order will be put to the sword. Its chains will be broken. the multiverse will be unmade. Can you do anything with my weapons? Show me what you have brought. I will study its potential and see if its pain can be given expression. Very well.
Spiked gauntlets of ogre power. Okay. They don't give you 1800 strength though. Punch daggers of Shar. Shar guides my hand. +2 to saves. Oh, it's +3. So you can basically hit anything in the game with it. I don't think there's any enemies in this game that require +4. So if I gave these to Anna, she'd be able to hit literally everything in the game. There's the Blade of the Immortal. That's so bad, yeah. Rune Blade. Oh, 50% magic resistance. Usable only by mages. Interesting. Interesting. There's the Blade of the Immortal. We can commit unalive with this if we need to. But we don't really need to.
All right.
Let's talk to Byron Pickett. You see a well-dressed, middle-aged man. He seems to be scanning the crowd with a practiced eye. He notices you approach and gives you a quick once-over.
Greetings.
He smiles at you and gives a barely perceptible nod. I am Byron Pickett, moneylender. May I help you?
Moneylender?
He nods again. Yes, I cater to the needs of merchants. Want to start a business? Keep one afloat that's down on its luck? Or perhaps expand a business? In either case, you come to me for the funds. He looks you up and down. I doubt that you are a merchant, sir. So what can I do for you?
I have some questions.
Very well. Make it quick.
I want to talk to you about Trist.
Ah, Trist. He frowns and looks away. After a moment he looks at you and raises his eyebrows. What about her?
I'm trying to find a missing document for her.
He sighs and shakes his head. There is no missing document. That was a ruse instigated by Trist to cast doubt on her debt. This matter has been thoroughly investigated by the Mercy Killers, and they found no evidence of any such document.
The Mercy Killers?
Yes, a faction of fanatics dedicated to uncovering the truth in criminal cases and handing out justice. They are often used as investigators by the courts of Sigil. They are quite thorough, and they found nothing. He glares at you.
They could have missed something.
That is a possibility, but not very likely. You obviously are not familiar with the Mercy Killers or their methods for you to make such a statement. If they could not find the document, then it does not exist. He looks at you angrily.
Someone could have stolen the document and then destroyed it. That way the loan would be paid twice.
Updated my journal.
For a moment he looks as if he's about to be furious with you. Then a gloating smile crosses his face. What a terrible thought. Pity there's no proof of any such activity. He continues to smile at you.
Yes, a pity. So tell me, why have Triss sold into slavery? Couldn't she pay you your money in the form of a loan?
Yes, she could, and I did make that offer to her. He looks at you sternly. However, she turned me down. I don't allow second chances. No one turns me down without suffering the consequences. No one.
I see. We're going now.
We'll talk to his assistant. Lenny, you see a feral-looking young man in shoddy clothes. His eyes dart about as he scans his surroundings. He notices your approach and begins eyeing you warily.
Greetings.
He looks you up and down, then glances about. Returning his attention to you, he gives you a wicked grin.
You best have a good reason for disturbing Lenny, Burke.
I have some questions.
I ain't no tout. If you got questions, go find one. You best push off before I have to bleed you.
What if I told you Byron Pickett sent me?
He stops smiling and examines you for a while. His eyes linger on your scars and he swallows slightly. After a moment, a frown settles on his face and he appears to be nervous.
Pickett sent you? Why?
He said you could answer some questions.
What questions?
You notice he looks rather tense.
I want to ask you about the papers you stole from Trist.
He swallows hard and stares at you. You notice his muscles tense and it looks like he's ready to run. He puts one hand on his hip in a nonchalant manner, but you can tell he is wound tight as a spring.
I don't know what you're talking about, Burke. You'd best be off.
Smile wickedly.
You know what I'm talking about, Lenny. Byron had you steal some papers from Trist. I'm here to collect them.
He swallows hard and the corner of one eye starts to twitch. He glances at the scars that cover your body, then tries to meet your gaze, but cannot.
Collect them. I destroyed the papers after I nicked them, just like Byron told me to.
He finally meets your gaze.
Really? Then why are you so nervous, Lenny? Let me guess. Byron thinks you destroyed the papers, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you kept them. A little blackmail material, perhaps?
He stares at you for just a moment, then suddenly turns to run. Grab him before he gets away. Yeah, we have 10 dexterity, we're not gonna fucking grab him. Just as he starts to run, you leap forward to grab him. He deftly steps out of your reach and begins to sidestep you. Seeing your quarry about to escape, you make another, more desperate lunge at him. You fail to grab him, but you do manage to bump into him hard, knocking him off balance. Your efforts foil his escape.
Alright, I didn't destroy them. I'll give them to you, just let me go.
Where did you keep them, Lenny? Blackmail, I assume?
He snorts and gives you a defiant look.
I kept them so I could turn stag on your boss Pickett and keep Trist off the block.
He shakes his head.
Blackmail my arse.
Why turn stag on him?
He looks at you with some pride.
I may be a thief, but I do have some standards. I won't kill some poor sod, and I won't do what Pickett did to Trist and her husband.
He shakes his head and looks away.
I told your boss that what he was doing was wrong, and he laughed at me.
By the way, Pickett is not my boss.
He stares at you in disbelief.
You serious? I thought... But you said...
He watches you closely for a moment and then laughs.
You gave me the peel so I'd spill the chant to you.
He shakes his head and looks at you with respect.
Good job, Cutter.
Let's go get the papers, Lenny.
He shakes his head sadly.
We can't. They're in the warehouse and they're not open for business right now. Rumor has it there's some sort of management change going on, but I don't know if that's true. In any case, I can't get the papers.
He looks at you sheepishly.
That's why I haven't helped Trist myself, Cutter. I can't get the sodding papers.
I'll look into this and get the papers myself then.
He smiles at you.
Go to the warehouse and tell the clerk I'm here for a loan and he'll give you Trist's papers. If you then tell him I gave Pickett the laugh, he'll give you a bonus.
What bonus?
Evidence, Cutter. It'll take Pickett off the streets for a long, long time if you give it to the right person.
He thinks for a moment.
If there's someone in the harmonium you think you can trust, give it to them.
Alright.
Updated my journal. right.
Vault of the Ninth World. Welcome to the Vaults of the Ninth World. How may I serve you on this fine day, Sigillian?
What are you?
I am the voice of the Vault of the Ninth World. I am here to serve you, the customer. Serve you, the customer. Instruct me in what you desire.
Why is this place called the Vault of the Ninth World?
Frankly, I have no idea. I think the owners thought that it would be a clever name or something.
Is this place really as big as a world?
No, it's just a marketing exaggeration. There's a lot of space here, but not that much.
I'd like to claim something.
Oh, and what was it you were looking for exactly?
I was looking for a large bag of coins.
We have a bag of coins like the one you described, sir. I'll just need to find out one thing from you. How much was in it?
Somehow this guess feels right. 1,123 coins.
Here you go, sir. Thanks for storing your goods at Vault of the Ninth World. Can I get you anything else?
I was told to tell you that I gave Pickett the laugh.
I certainly hope so, sir. Whatever that means. I'm just a big dumb rockhead. Here are your papers, sir. And here. Thank you. What can I do for you?
Nothing, farewell.
Farewell. We at the Vault of the Ninth World value your business. Please return.
Farewell.
Man, some good customer service.
All right.
Okay.
I have proof that Trist is innocent of any crime.
He smiles broadly, then laughs. Very well, show me this evidence. He holds his hand out to give him the document. He opens the document and quickly scans its contents. After a moment he sighs, then folds the document and puts it inside his shirt. It seems the courts owe Lady Trist an apology, sir. From this moment, she is free, and I will make all the arrangement to have her status and property returned to her.
Thank you, Duran.
Updated my journal.
No, thank you. It's a rare individual who will do what you have done. He bows to you. Excuse me, I must speak with Lady Trist. Farewell.
How much for that one over there on the left?
Trist smiles at you warmly. You are my savior, Cutter. I will forever be in your debt.
I was happy to help you, Trist.
Thank you, Cutter. She glances about and then pauses to think for a moment. You have saved me from certain death, Cutter. A slow, painful death. She frowns as she thinks. Please wait here. I shall return shortly. You see Trist approaching. She smiles and waves at you. Hello again, Cutter. Thank you for waiting. She looks above for a moment, then removes a purse from the folds of her dress. With the document you have provided, the courts will restore my status and finances. This is not much, but it is a well-deserved reward for what you have done. She hands you a purse.
Thank you, Trist.
No, I thank you. Farewell, Cutter.
Farewell.
Alright. And this heat's making me tired.
You were with her again, weren't you?
I was not!
Where were you then?
I was nowhere! How can you keep saying that?
You were gone for 2 hours!
I was somewhere
Listen to that argument in the background.
a day in my life!
You lied!
I have not lied! I was working!
That's what you say! I called and you weren't there!
You want me to buy you things, right? I would be very forgotten. I was taking a break!
They couldn't find you. You know why? Because you were with her.
You're crazy, you know that? You're just out of your mind!
I'm not crazy. And the only time I was
Oh, that was interesting. Grab a nice and hot cup of coffee then. I probably should make some coffee, yeah. I'll do that in a second. Oh wait, I turned the ambience a bit too high.
All right.
What is this, a pawn shop?
Might as well. Got it.
All right.
Mika, or Micah. How do you pronounce that? Mika. This rotund woman, complete with shrewish eyes and a nasal voice, brays out. Now, what have we here? A customer? Do mine eyes spy a customer? The diminutive man, Broca. The diminutive man replies, Of course your eyes spy a customer. They see a customer all the time. Customers on the street. We have no customers. We will never have customers. It is useless and forlorn to hope for. He pauses as his eyes alight on you. Micah, we have a customer. That's what I've been saying to you. Oh, I almost went to like a golem voice there. She lowers her voice and turns to you. What can we do for you?
Could you tell me about the area?
I'm sure my husband here will be more than delighted to tell you about the Civic Fest Hall and the brothel. But my tastes run more toward...
Her taste run more toward whatever can make her belly larger. Her taste is entirely in her mouth, and even then she has precious little.
Precious little judgment too, I say, because I allowed your words to sway me away from a promising future, and now I'm... The two of them hurl themselves headlong into pointed bickering.
I had a few more questions.
The two of them are in a heated argument. They ignore you entirely as their words slowly fill the air in the shop.
Well, just come back later then. Farewell.
New taunts, all right.
Hey, Chief, can you believe those two? They could teach me a thing or two.
I believe it, Mort. Let's go.
But I wanted to buy something. The dead one has returned, Broca. The dead one has returned.
I can see that. Do you think I can't see that? Of course I can see that. I have eyes, don't I?
Turns to you.
What can we do for you today?
And that's where Finnish voice actors come in. Voice actors enter the picture in Hollywood. Gollum.
Gollum.
No. No, not.
Gollum. Gollum.
I'm trying to do the guttural voice. You know what? I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna embarrass myself. I mean, I'm already embarrassing myself. Let's see. I probably don't need these anymore. Yeah, don't need that. I'm not gonna do that quest because it's pointless. Pointless quests. Shards of Fate. Damage 10 to 100 piercing. Breaks after first use. Huh. That sounds worthless. They're not even magical. Glass Eye. Crimson Sphere Earring. Gives fire resistance. The Ring of the Traveler. Doing pretty well, in fact. Some relaxing story reading for me while I finish work. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I really am. Whispering Flask. Oh yeah, these are for Dakon only. Charcoal Charm. Remind me to get a shit ton of these for the end game. Although that will be quite a few streams in. depending on if I do like literally everything, which, you know, I am gonna be doing. Let's get these, because these are probably gonna be useful. Cockroach charm. +4 to AC, +2 to AC versus crushing, and +10% crushing resistance. I mean, Mort could chew on that if I have to fight something that does crushing, but yeah. Love letter, scroll of evidence, leg bone, my own arm. Oh, you can wear multiple protection items, although they only give armor class in this game, so I guess it's pretty whatever.
A ring without a proposal? How improper.
How improper.
I only remove my clothes when, well, actually, never. I'm afraid that is the only article of clothing I have brought with me. I'm afraid that is the only article of clothing I have brought with me. I would be naked.
Yes, that's the whole point. That's why I'm trying to remove. Okay, enough.
This ceremonial armor is the symbol of Azurth. I will not part with it.
Hey, watch the leather. Get your mitts off, you dirty wee rat.
Some more fire resistance for her. Can't be a bad thing, right?
Don't want to part with that.
Gorgon salve.
Watch the hand, sir.
Watch the hands, sir. Still only +1. You need to level up, boy.
Done.
Okay. We got Mort some new taunts, so that's pretty cool. He'll be more effective in making people angry. I wonder if that skill just makes him into a redditor.
What's up?
Oh yeah, he has this thing too. Skull mob. Mort can summon an avalanche of his friends from the bones of the night to come and take a bite out of a target. Magic resistance does not affect this ability. The target gets no saving throw against this effect. The skulls do 1 to 4 hit points of normal piercing damage per Mort's level. Mort can only use this ability once per day, then why does it say 2 here? If it's supposed to be once per day. Weird. Look at all these spells.
All right.
Maybe we go murder some worms. Cause I kinda wanna kill something. You know, space out the reading a little bit. Actually, before I do that, I should have this guy. I think this guy gives you a unique weapon as a gift if you ask him to train you as a thief. Let me remove some items. I know it does it automatically, but this way I can choose where they go. Okay.
I'm interested in learning the thieving art. Can you teach me?
You sure? You sure you want to give up your current profession and become a thief?
Yeah.
Show me what you know and I'll give you some pointers.
He watches you carefully as you demonstrate what you know. At several points he stops you and shows you ways to improve upon your skills. Within a few hours' time, you think you feel comfortable with your abilities as a thief.
Thank you, laddie.
Then he smiles at you and nods his head in thought.
Here, Cutter, take these as well. A gift from Lenny.
to help you out in your new profession. I'm not gonna be needing them anymore. He hands you a pair of punch daggers.
Thank you, Lenny. Farewell.
I feel stronger.
Okay, he gave me the punch daggers of Zara Noon, which are basically the best punch daggers. Well, technically not the best because they're only +2, but these are really good. So I'll be giving these to Anna, because, you know. Although these give +1 luck. But these do give stealth skill bonus, and they do a lot more damage, so these are better for like backstabbing. So we'll do that. Level up as a thief. First thief level up. Look at these thieving skills, they're so bad. I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna be doing thieving stuff, it's gonna be pickpocketing, so. There we go. Anna just looks at you as you address her and she frowns. Aye, what do you want now?
Are you alright?
Anna just glares at you.
I wanted to ask you some questions.
Why don't you ask the stuck up pubes your questions then? Anna's eyes narrow to slits. Why are we even traveling with her? We don't need her, we don't.
Anna, please. You're very important to me, and I need your help.
Oh aye, and why is that then? This should be rich, it should. You pity me, is that it? You think I slow you down? Go on, say it.
I don't pity you, and you don't slow me down. You're quick, you're skilled, and I really need all the help I can get.
Anna frowns, her tail flicking back and forth. Well, no, I'll get her. If she starts sizing us up for a feast, I will. She glares at you. And don't get any ideas I'm staying because you want me to. I'm just helping you out, I am.
Fine. I had a question about how you found my body.
Aye, what?
Well, what were you doing looking for bodies in the pregnant alley? I mean, you would have had to creep your way through the tenement, then past the Davis to get there, and the place isn't even heavily trafficked as the rest of the hive, so why would you even look for bodies there?
Anna shrugs. Rest of the hive is picked clean, it is. Got to find new spots to poach dead as you do. As Anna speaks, you feel a crawling sensation in the back of your skull, and you suddenly realize she's lying to you.
Are you sure, Anna?
There must be something in your tone, because it stops Anna's tail dead for a moment, then it resumes, a little slower than before. I think... She frowns, and she seems a little uncertain. I don't usually go there to scarp deaders, I don't. To think of it, I'd never even been there before. I just kind of came across it.
So why did you go there?
I don't know. I just did. And lucky for you I did, or you'd still be there. The same crawling sensation as before worms up the back of your skull, and with it comes another realization. Anna's lying, but oddly enough, she doesn't know she's lying.
Anna, were you compelled to go there? Is that how you found me?
Updated my journal.
She nods slowly. Mayhap. She gives a half-hearted shrug. It wasn't one of my usual haunts, but I couldn't help myself. I just wanted to see what was there that day, and there you were, dead as a timber. She pauses. You were like a lodestone, you were. I don't know what led me to find you.
Curious.
Ah yes, read to me, sweaty Finnish daddy. I will. read to you, Mr. Bogu. Wait. We'll stick to tradition. As is tradition. Welcome, welcome.
Anna, can you train me in thieving skills?
Eh? What are you on about?
I wanted to learn more about stealth and thieving from you.
I could. Like what?
I wanted to learn more about stealth from you.
She nods. Aye, well, the trick to being not seen is knowing where you are and how quick you can become part of where you are. There's some tricks I've learned. One's to hide in a place where someone's not expecting to look, like on the ceiling of a room, or even change your hiding place when they're looking for you. She smiles wickedly. There was one time I was hiding from this brace of hardheads, the law, and what I did was...
Yes.
And so, there the hardhead was, face down in ditch water, his breeches gone, and the rest of his 3 fellows locked in the great grandam's room, with her howling to the skies. And it takes a breath. And there you are. If you can put the same thing to good use, it might help you hide when you really need to.
So let's see. Be sure to fall back to places you know well, preferably in a surrounding where there are other distractions. And if there aren't any, make some.
Aye, that's the dark of it. Might as well do this.
Anything you could teach me about picking locks would be appreciated.
Picking at locks? Well, I can tell you what not to do. First is, be sure you carry a little oil or something else to wet the tip of your lockpick, in case the lock's stubborn. One other thing I've learned, from old Stuttercrutch Farad no less, is many of the locks in Sigil are actually patterned by this one locksmith from a stone's age ago, and they have this common catch yet.
Go on.
So I was getting near peak with the first fingers of dawn creeping in, and I knew they'd be searching the attics for me. But because the attic lock was Sigil-born, I knew how to jam the catch so they couldn't force it, and it brought me enough time to scarper away across the roof with the silver it did. Hey, Robin for days. Thank you for the 16 bits. Much love. And God bless. Look at this rad new emote. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's a Bogu emote. Bogu based. Oh, it's the Pepe emote, but with Jan instead. I mean, Jan is pretty based, I gotta admit. But thanks again for the bits, man. Really appreciate it.
So the lock tumbler type is the one on which a lot of locks are based. That should help if I ever need to pick a similar lock then.
Okay.
Could you teach me anything about removing or disarming traps?
Well, now that's an easy one to give you the knowing on. The most important thing is that someone had to set the trap and that they know about it once they've set it. So be sure to look for signs of it when you're walking where someone keeps their valuables. There was one time when I was entering the Grand Demesne in Clerksward, and God, I hate voice acting Anna because I can't do a proper, like, I can't replicate her accent. It's just, it's impossible to me.
Yes.
I feel stronger.
And the fact that the carpet was new around the floor of the cabinet told me he had fitted it recently. So I pried it up with my dags, and sure there were acid stains on the stones beneath. So I knew to look for an acid blossom when I popped the cabinet and nicked the scoppers.
So when looking to find and disarm traps, not only look for signs that they've been set, but look for signs for what someone would have had to do to avoid them once they've been set. Do you have any advice on how to pick someone's pocket?
Well, nicking someone's purse isn't as hard as you would think. It's mostly a matter of doing it quick and gentle like, so they don't feel their purse is getting lighter. If you're having a hard time of it, it may be in the way you're doing it. She nods at you. Show me.
Well, I don't want to pick someone's pockets just randomly with you watching. Maybe another time.
Nay, try and nick some jink from me. I'll tell you what you're doing wrong.
Alright, where do you keep it?
That's what you have to find out if you want to be a true-blooded thief.
Alright, let me try and pickpocket you for it.
As soon as you make a move towards her, Anna holds up her hand. Alright, stop. You've already messed up, you have.
What?
You have to watch your approach, you do. You can't just be a thuckle and muscle your way up to your mark, especially when you look like you do. Anna suddenly puts her hands on her hips and turns to look off to your side as if disinterested. You got to act like the mark's nothing to you, less than nothing. You don't care what he's got at all.
Alright, so I act like I don't care. What then?
Then you gotta make sure you strike at the right time. I usually do it when I move by someone. You should do it right after you move by someone, because they'll probably be too frightened to turn around to see where you've gone. And another thing you should do.
Yes.
So dress down a little. Maybe try not to look so threatening. And you might catch your mark off his guard. Or off his gourd if he's been hitting the bob.
Alright, so try to act non-threatening, relaxed, like the target means nothing to you, then strike when you're just out of his sight.
Alright.
Have you heard of a night hag called Ravel Puzzlewell?
At the mention of the name, Anna spits 3 times and makes a semicircle over her heart. Are you daft? Don't be mentioning her name if you value your life.
Why?
She's the vilest of the Grey Lady, she is. Anna's voice drops to almost a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Filthy mean, and with more power to toss around than some powers. It's said she's all a brambles through and through, even her heart. It's said you can never kill her, 'cause her body's like a tree. You lop off one limb, and there's always another still growing somewhere else across the plains.
You speak as if she's still alive.
Of course she is. She has to be. Anna's voice drops again. How would you kill a thing such as her? That's why the lady had to maze her, so it's said.
I feel stronger.
I'm just gonna dump everything into pickpockets because I'm never gonna be a thief like full time.
All
So
right.
I can swap to it if I need to pickpocket someone. Although I don't remember doing much pickpocketing in this game, so I kinda doubt there's anything good. Alright, let's swap back to mage now.
What is your will?
Okay. What do you say, boys? Should we go kill some worms? Big ass worms. I kind of feel like killing some worms.
All right.
I'd stay out of there, citizen. It's dangerous down below. Well, why do you think I'm going down there if it's... Yeah. We're gonna go kill some worms. Yikes.
Good as done.
I can hear the worms There they are. Some worked. One of these.
I'm gone.
Yeah. Good as done.
Hmm. Okay. Come at me, wormies. It's got 90% crushing resistance. You should be good. I think they do
And I
crushing,
shall serve.
but I'm not sure.
Yes, very well.
Aye, might as well. Why not?
Okay, they are tearing Mort a new bum hole.
Okay.
This is not
Path
good.
is mine.
Huh?
I hear your words.
Sure, why not?
All right.
Wait. Turn off zoom lock so I can zoom in a bit. Fuck, didn't mean to do that.
I shall serve.
So we got this guy badly wounded.
What?
Might as well.
Well, that didn't do anything.
Might
I
as
don't
well.
want to use the cloud kill pipes yet. No, she failed.
Valley. Valley.
It shall be done.
My jaw is hanging on by a... Sure, why not?
I shall serve.
What's good as done.
Oh, it's piercing damage. Well, that explains quite a lot.
I shall serve.
A pleasure.
I'm gone.
Very well.
Dakan can probably AC tank for a little while.
Why not?
My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Would you give me a hand here? Good as done. Okay.
Why not? Like a shadow,
And I missed. What a scrub. Yeah, maybe I should do something.
A pleasure.
My jaw. Did you see that? Give me a hand here. Good as done.
I'm gone.
right?
God damn it. Did he get crit? Yeah, of course he did. He can't exactly wear helmets now, can he?
I'm gone.
A pleasure. Might as well.
Right.
Done.
Very well.
I'm gone.
Why not?
Done.
What's the word, Chief?
Why not? Right. You mean that being so daft?
Are you kidding me? That killed him too.
All right.
Ready. Why not?
I'm gone.
This is all a terrible mistake.
I'm right.
Okay,
All right.
Why not?
Done.
we need to back up for a bit. We can salvage this. They're both badly injured.
Why not?
Wow.
I'm gone.
What? Why not?
I'm gone.
Right.
It should be done.
Done.
Might as well.
Oh, great.
I'm gone.
A pleasure.
Right.
Very well.
Right.
A pleasure.
I'm gone.
Might as well. Right.
Very well.
I'm gone.
Alright, we're getting out of here. Screw this.
Done.
This was, I did not remember them being this tough. Oh well.
All right.
We'll just resurrect these dudes. Shadow?
All right.
I've learned some new
I'm
tricks.
gone.
Okay, well. Okay, things to keep in mind. Cold lightning is not party friendly. Worms deal piercing damage, not crushing.
All right.
That's another thing.
May my faith lend me strength.
I'm gone.
Hey.
Something to cure my flu. Hello, Django. I don't think this is gonna cure your flu, sorry to say. This is probably just gonna make it worse. I did not remember the worms being that bad, so we're gonna go back there a little bit later to give it another go. Then again, I didn't exactly play on the highest difficulty as a kid, so maybe that has something to do with it too. But yeah, Dakon took another critical hit because the idiot can't wear a helmet, so yeah. Mort went down too because I didn't know that Cold Lightning isn't party friendly in this game, so you're wrong. I know it will cure my flu if I believe it. Ah, indeed, belief is power in the plains. If you believe hard enough that your flu will be cured. If I can find...
Quite potent. I should have you spend some time at the brothel when we get back.
Oh, the gods are merciful.
But if I could find a Cloud Kill scroll, that's about all we need. Then we can go and clear out those worms very efficiently. Because I do have level 5 spells, but only 2, so that's a bit... I'm trying to remember where I can find a Cloud Kill scroll. It could be that the guy here sells one, but I might be misremembering. I might be misremembering.
Through observation, sensation, and experience, the truth of the multiverse shall be revealed.
All right.
I'm just gonna check real quick if this guy... I'm not gonna read any of this, I'm just gonna... Oh. Well, we're not gonna do that quite yet.
I'm gone.
Damn. I really want to do some combat, but at the same time, I really need to do quests so I can level up. What am I saying? This is Torment. Why am I dreaming about doing combat? I just tried to do combat and it went horribly.
The air is
Reject
quite
combat.
bracing here.
Reject combat. Embrace reading. Yeah. There's still the whole fucking foundry to do yet as well. We need haste to run by all combat encounters. I don't remember there being haste like in the regular sense in this game. There's probably some equivalent, but I don't remember there being a party-wide haste spell in this game. I don't want to read. Yeah, fuck it. We're reading. Embrace. Pretty sure there isn't, yeah. I figured. Alright, reading time. Then going under Sigil. I just got Mort and Dakon killed by going to under Sigil. Now, to be fair, they were, you know, kind of out of my control because Dakan took a critical hit, and since he can't wear a helmet, he just died. And I accidentally killed Mort by casting Cold Lightning because apparently it's not party friendly in this game, and I had no idea. So, and the fucking worms are evil. Look, let me show you the worms. Look at that thing. These are not the pleasant earthworms that emerge from the ground after a heavy rain. They are slimy, massive creatures that feed on carrion, their mouths lined with sharp teeth that can tear the arm off a strong man or the head from a child. What does the spell description say? Let's take a look. The caster can call one bolt of electricity, hurling it down upon her enemies for 2 to 16 points of electrical damage, plus an additional 1 to 8 points for every level of the caster. This damage affects any creature within the 10-foot radius of where the bolt crashes down. Okay, yeah, it's not party friendly. I should have read the description before Cap, but I just assumed it's similar to Baldur's Gate. But I guess it's not. Flame Walk. What are these spells? Looks like me when spotting a pizza. Wait, what was that spell? Halo of Lesser Revelation. Alright, embrace the reading. Once again, you come to me once again. There must be something I can do for you that my brother Duran cannot, eh? Huh?
Do you have any jobs to do?
I certainly do, friend. I have a little errand for you to run, if you'll take it. It'll net you 50 coins. All you need to do is run this handbill down to the print shop and ask Scufflaw Pen to print up 100 copies for me. Here, take it. He shoves a crumpled piece of paper into your hands.
Thanks, I guess.
My journal done.
Django redeemed finish only. You don't have to switch to finish only, I just wanted to see your reaction. Listen, this is a lawful good stream, so I'm gonna be speaking Finnish for 3 minutes now. I'm gonna read all the dialogue in Finnish. Look at what you have done, you evil, evil being. Yep, I'm gonna be translating all the dialogue for 3 minutes. Starting now. No niin, tervetuloa takaisin Planescape Torment läpipelun pariin. Me ollaan täällä kaupungilla hengailemassa ja me katsotaan, että mille tässä alettas ja mennään hetkinen, mihin me piti mennä? No tännehän mä just olin menossa. Mennään tänne. Ja nyt alkaa suomentaminen. Edessäsi on laiha... Tehän tuo... Edessäsi on laiha... Mikä on stooped? Kyyristyneenä työpöydän yllä kirjoittamassa paperin palaselle. Hänen hiusrajansa ohenee. Hänen hiusrajansa on oheneva ja ei helvetti, tämä on ihan liian vaikeet. Okei. No mä en tajukaan lukea koko homma. Stooped on kumartunut. Okei. Tää on liian vaikea tehdä tällä lennosta muutenkin, niin. Mä nyt vaan pelaan. Odotetaan, että tuo 3 minuuttia ohi. Okei, hyvä.
Done.
Okay, I think that's enough finish. I concluded that it's way too hard to translate this dialogue like on the fly like that. It's especially with the way English is in this game, it's very like poetic at times. There's a lot of words that I don't really even know the meaning of.
The handbill is printed.
It's printed? Terrific! I knew you were the man for the job. Here, take this message to Keldor of Durian at the Foundry. I'm sure he'll be glad to receive it, and you'll be glad of the 100 coins you get in return. Thanks.
Knowing the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
Got leveled up. That was a mage level. So he's got level 4 spells now. Cool. Oh god, the Foundry. Everyone ready for some mega reading? Because we're gonna be here for a while. You see a burly, bored-looking guard.
State your business, please.
I have a message for Keldor from Giltspur, the auctioneer. Wait, Keldor? Keldorn?
Thank you, sir. You'll find him in the Great Gutsman Hall.
He opens the gate for you.
Thanks.
Oh, that one's truly. What am I in? What am I in?
I don't think there's anything else here, like. Okay, let's get in there.
Done. Done.
Keldor. You see a sturdy man who looks like he's just bursting with vitality. His face is tanned and lined, and his black beard is beginning to show hints of white. Hail, stranger, and well met. What can I do for you this fine day?
I have a message for you from
Giltspur, the auctioneer. A message, eh? He takes the note from you. Very well, you can tell him the message is delivered. Was there anything else you wanted?
I had a few more questions. Who are you?
My friend, I am Keldor of Durian, one of the factotums of the Gutsmen, and nominally in charge of this place while our true high-ups are gone in conclave.
What can you tell me about your faction?
Oh dear. What would you like to know about us?
What are the beliefs of this faction?
We believe that the universe is a giant testing ground, a place where we prove ourselves through a series of tests. These tests continue throughout your life, throughout your many lives. Each step in each day may well be a test for you, and your reward in the next life depends on how well you learn your lessons in this life. We believe that a body learns from experience, and that experience extends through your lives, making you into something greater than just a single life.
So what's the point of it all?
We're not entirely sure. After all, we haven't gotten to the end of it yet, have we? The best we can figure is that we muddle through our lives, seeking to find the answers that are right for us, and in the end, we move on to godhood and beyond. What waits there is anybody's guess.
Alright, keep going.
So, life is a test. We take the test. When we pass, we move on to a new form. This might be the form of an archon, of a fiend, or of a power. The choices we make in this life, as always, help chart our course. Whether we have free will or not is still under debate. Of course, I'm on the side of the free will people. I hate thinking that my choices have already been made for me.
Tell me of the faction's history.
It's commonly believed that we were founded by Perrine before the Great Upheaval, when all the factions became 15 in number. During the upheaval, Augie of Fonel tightened the faction's beliefs into what they are today. She had been reincarnated 1,000 times and could remember each one of her reincarnations. She taught us how to treat our intuition and led us to a new era. These two were the most important figures in our faction. We have plenty more stories, but those are the bare bones.
What do I get for being in the faction?
Well, aside from access to our excellent foundry, room and board for you and your friends, special items and spells, and a more favorable reaction from most folks you'll meet on the street, there's not much to recommend us. Of course, if you're planning on being with us merely for the benefits, I'd have to counsel against it.
Who are the faction's enemies?
We don't have enemies per se. Still, there are some who oppose our beliefs. The Bleak Cabal scoff at the idea that we evolve towards something more perfect. I figure that if they don't think there's a point, they might as well get it over with, like the Dustmen ought to. The Dustmen think that life is an illusion, preparing for the big death, and our belief champions the cause of life. They promote death, we celebrate life. What could be more opposed?
What do you do anyway?
Well, we run the Great Foundry. We also run Harbinger House, where we train folks who seem to be powers in training. Bashers who've demonstrated some sort of special ability that sets them apart from normal mortals. Some say we do it because we want a power on our side, but the truth is, we do it because we figure that's part of our tests as well. We do our best to make sure every creature faces up to its responsibilities. We want to see the multiverse move on.
Why are you named as you are?
That's a good question. Our real name is the Believers of the Source, because we believe all life springs from a pure primal source. But because we believe that all creatures have the potential for godliness within them, it's only natural that our nickname would be the Godsman.
What can you tell me about this place?
This is the Great Foundry, home of the Believers of the Source, also known as the Godsmen. Here we make items that ship all over the plains. We're renowned in many worlds, only the best work here. It's said that we got a staff of smiths that rival those in Mount Clangeddon itself. Personally, I don't think we're that good, but we are close.
Can you take on additional work?
Sadly, friend, we cannot. We're engaged in a long-term contract right now that's taking up most of our resources. Perhaps when we finished, in a matter of years. My apologies.
What can you tell me of the people here?
We've got a wide range of folks here, most of whom are the smiths and the workers who keep this place running. We've also got a pair of engineers who are doing some incredible things with the fabric of reality. Ask Niall Sander about his dream builder someday.
I would like to join the Gutsmen.
A sly smile creeps across his face. Well, first you'll have to renounce your Dustman membership.
Very well, I renounce them. What do I have to do?
If you wish to join the Believers of the Source, you must complete 3 quests. The first quest is this. You must go to the forge and create an item. This will show that you are capable of seeing the possibilities inherent in even a base lump of iron. That you are capable of bringing forth something that will stand the test of time. It measures your vision and your ability to make the potential actual. Talk to Alyssa, the foundry supervisor in the main foundry, to see how it all works.
Updated my journal.
Boy, that really updates my journal.
All right.
Alyssa Teal, you see a short woman with slight horns in her forehead and ears that curve sharply back on her skull. She smells faintly of sulfur, even over the reek of the foundry's fires. Greetings, what can I do for you?
I'm looking for the pickup office. I have an item waiting for me.
It's that office with the desk. He should be sitting right behind it.
Thanks.
Real useful info. You see a wizened old man with trembling hands and a cunning face. He looks you over carefully and speaks.
Have I seen you before? You seem familiar to me somehow. I suppose it's possible. I never forget a face. It'll come to me. To Bayethor with it. Do you remember where? It's important to me. Not so fast, lad. Takes a while for the mind to warm up to a task like this. I've lived a long time and seen a lot more faces in that time, and it ain't so easy to remember. Memory's a fleeting thing, and that's something you can bank on.
Before replying, you mutter.
Tell me about it, lad. Then I'd like to pick up some gear for the forge.
You're wanting to be a smith now, eh, lad? Very well. You'll need an apron, 10 copper, some tongs, another 10, and a hammer, which will be 20. That comes to, let me see, 50 copper.
I'm sorry, but that sounds more like 40 copper to me.
What am I thinking? Of course it is. I tell you, memory's an insidious thing.
That it is. Give me the stuff.
Don't forget to pick up some ore from Dildan if you're wanting to work the forge. He's a miserly bastard, but he's the only person to get ore from.
Thanks.
Yeah, you don't have to equip them. Thilden. You see a slab-stomached man with thick arms and a scraggly beard. He smells as if he hasn't washed in ages, and his breath doesn't do much for your breakfast. He's in the process of ordering around subordinates as you approach him, and he deals a quick cuff to the ear of one of them. He turns to face you, hitching up his belt.
What do you want? I had some questions. You want answers? Like what? I need to use the forge. Can you give me some more? Seems like they'll let anyone be a gutsman these days. I like the old days when you had to show real potential to be a member. You want this iron for your punchy test? Take it then, and get maced.
He thrusts a lump of cold ore into your hands. Okay, boomer.
Yeah, back in my day.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
You step up to the forge. The heat is incredible. What do? Use the forge. The fire is throwing off an incredible amount of heat, but thanks to your protection, you are able to withstand it without any damage. Would you like to work the forge? Yes. What would you like to do first? Pick up the ore with the tongs and hold it in the flame of the forge. The ore softens rapidly, soon becoming soft enough to work. Your hands grow slick with sweat. Place the softened ore on the forge and work it into shape. What would you like to forge? Something small and dangerous. A stiletto. A stiletto. A quick, easy weapon, and one that will get you away from this inferno much sooner. Are you sure you want the stiletto? Yes. Now that is a nice piece of work. Your stiletto is not only functional, it's perfectly balanced and deadly looking. Nice work. This thing will serve me well. Keldor will certainly be impressed by this. Time to get out of the flames.
Done.
Well, that was real interesting.
Done.
See, Fall from Grace is the original winged waifu. Like, reject Eri, embrace succubus mommy. And also embrace Skull. You had questions about the forge? I will answer all I can. Show him the item you forged.
I have finished forging my creation.
Hello, Bike Patel. How's it going? He takes it from you and examines it carefully. That is, without a doubt, one of the better pieces I have seen a recruit forge. You'll go far, my friend. Are you ready for the next test? I certainly hope so.
I suppose I am.
He continues grimly. A murderer has struck in the foundry, and I am forsaking the usual test in order for you to track this killer down. Go speak to the supervisor, Alyssa Teald, in the main foundry, and proceed from there. When you have completed your investigation and are ready to name a culprit, come back to me. I'll be back.
My journal.
I remember this quest, and I freaking hate it. It's back and forth. You just talk to people, and it's so like. But we have to do it if we want to join the Godsmen. And there is actually a good reason to join them. Alright everyone, you've seen enough.
I'm gone.
You again? What do you want now? My apologies for my impatience, but we are not scheduled here.
Under Keldor's authority, I'm investigating the murder that occurred here. What can you tell me about it?
You wanna know what I saw the night of the murder? Well, I was working late when I heard the sound of a scuffle. When I came out, I saw a shadowy figure slip out the door into the meeting hall, and I raised the alarm.
Do you have any other details?
I only know 3 people who had access to the building that night. They were Phildon, Saros, and Bede Lin. The 3 of them have dramatically different builds, but in the haze of the foundry, I couldn't see clearly.
How do I know you didn't do it?
I have an alibi, not to mention that Keldor already ascertained the truth from me. I have nothing to hide. Apparently Thildon, Saros, and Bedaylin do, though, because they wouldn't go under Thildor's spell.
Thanks, that should help.
You're a brave man for reading out the absolute phone book that is this game. Well, thank you. I'm actually more of an idiot for doing it, but I appreciate it.
Shame about that poor Smith, Avaldan. Really, were. Still, he weren't one to keep himself to the grindstone. He weren't dedicated. 'Tis the way the planes turn, mark my words. Every basher gets his due. Oh well, what can old Thildon do for you? I'd like to ask you some questions. What were you doing the night of the murder? What was I doing? Why, I was sitting in my room with a nice loaf of bread and jug of wine, staying in. Didn't go out that night. Didn't see no need. Do you know anyone who can swear otherwise? No, never saw the need to make sure of it. One place you might ask, if you're really looking for leads, is Saros. That little thieving knight goes everywhere. What with his father being such a high up here. He always was into new experiences. Boy's practically a sensei if you ask me. Probably wanted to kill someone and see if he could get away with it. Saros, eh? I'll go check on that. Farewell.
I'm gone.
No, but I do enjoy the writing in this game, and I do enjoy the reading, but it's just this particular part of the game I just don't really enjoy that much. So but it'll get better once we go to the next word, because there's a lot more interesting stuff there. Because this, what we're doing right now, this is like a back and forth quest where you just go around and talk to people. I don't really like this. Saros. That poor Smith. I can't believe what happened to him.
Do you have any idea what might have happened, or have some leads?
Who told you? The supervisor? She's right. I come in here at night sometimes when there's no one around. He looks around conspiratorially for a moment and lowers his head towards you. I saw Thildon creeping out of here. The main reason I know it was him is because he dropped something. He hands you an awl with the name Thildon etched into the wooden handle.
Thanks, I'll be back to talk to you again.
And we go back and forth. I hate this quest so much.
I'm gone.
Saros, you remember Saros, don't you? Gave me an awl found near the body. Oddly, this awl has your name etched into the handle. How do you explain that?
Updated my journal.
He looks momentarily flustered and then...
Saros is a thief. Odds are he stole it from me. In fact, I've been missing my awl for some time now. Never mentioned it to anyone because I figured I just lost it. Now I know that Saros stole it to frame me. Better go get him before he gives you the laugh.
Seeing your expression, he says,
before he escapes. I'll just go find him then.
And we go back to talk to the same dude.
Done.
We'll get through this. We'll get through this like we got through Max Payne 1. It's enduring. In enduring grows strong. Like Dakon says. What have you found? Are you gonna let me go free?
Thildon says that you planted the awl at the murder scene, and that you're trying to frame him for the murder because you two disagreed.
Of course he'd say that. just because he's guilty and he wants to make you look someplace else. I saw him kill that man. Sure, we disagree, but that doesn't mean I want him dead. Just because he's a total Burke doesn't mean he should be arrested. He should be arrested for killing Avaldon. Tell him he needs proof.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll go back and talk to the same guy again. Actually, we should also talk to Bedai Lin. Or Bedai Lin. Bedai Lin, I don't know how to pronounce that. You see a severe woman with flaming red hair pulled back tight, giving her face a stretched, nervous look. She appears to be deep in thought. At your approach, she glances up and says, "Can I help you with something?"
Yes. Who are you?
My name is Bedai Lin. I'm a magical engineer, not a mage, mind you, but a theoretician. And I'm going to make sure the Gutsmen don't get a chance to use that weapon or contract for other such weapons of war again.
Tell me about the Great Foundry.
You can ask almost anyone else here about the Foundry and you'll get the same answer. What makes you think I'll give one that's any different? Ask another question.
Tell me of the project you're working on.
Tell you about the project we've sworn our lives to complete and defend? No, I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Let's just say it's powerful and it'll be worth the effort we put into it.
Fine. Tell me of some of the other people here.
The other people here? Well, you've got the brilliant but eccentric Niall Sander, the Gitzerai outcast woman Kelira, Thilden the Grey, whose heart is much less ambiguous than his name, Keldor the Factor, Sandoz the Factor, the two children of Sandoz, supervisors, smiths, and a host of others. They all passed me by at one point or another, and frankly, I haven't made that much of an effort to get to know them. They work for me, or they don't, and that's about as much as I care. I'm afraid. I'm rather devoted to my work.
Tell me what you know about the murder.
Let's see. I asked the guards to head out for the night because I was working on some delicate engineering on the project in the next room, and I didn't need their psychic emanations fouling up some very crucial work. It was with some dismay that I found the body when I emerged from the room. Being as I have no other alibi, I realize I'm a suspect. And I suspect you've already found that I wouldn't consent to going under the spell to answer. The reason for that is that I would be violating the oath of secrecy I swore to protect the project.
I think I'll check on that with Kildare.
You do that. He'll verify what I've told you. He administered the oath to me, so he knows its power. Actually, let's just go back and talk to Thilden again.
All right.
Thilden.
Well, little lickspit'll tell you now. I'm sure it were all lies. He tells me that it's not a frame. In fact, he says that he personally witnessed you killing the poor sod. He what? I tell you that the boy's a thief and a murderer, and you don't believe me? What if I told you the lad's an anarchist too? A member of the Revolutionary League? Where should I believe that?
Updated my journal.
A pious look creeps onto his face.
'Cause I say it so. 'Cause I'm about to say something that'll make a criminal of me, but I'll say it to see justice done. I know he's an anarchist because he tried to recruit me. Him and that engineer, Bedai Lin. I told him I'd do it so as I could trap him, but then I realized I didn't have the stomach to harm poor Seros. I turned him down, now they're trying to cover their tracks. That's why they want me gone. They're the killers, not me. Assuming I believe this, why wouldn't I have you in prison too?
What? You're accusing me? But I didn't do anything, Burke. But I didn't do anything. Burke, you've got the wrong man. Please, I didn't do it.
And now we go back.
I'm gone.
What have you found? Are you gonna let me go free?
Dylan tells me that you and Badai Lean are anarchists and that you're trying to frame him because he turned down an offer to join you.
Saros pales. She has nothing to do with this. I did it on my own. But the truth is, Tilden shoved Avildon into the gears. I put the all there to make sure everyone would know he was there. Because I'm just a kid and no one would believe what I was saying. Alright? I admit that I planted the all, but I only did it to make sure he got punished for his crime.
Why? Why should I not think that you're doing this to get back at him for some other crime?
Updated my journal.
Because I don't know why you think that, but I promise. Go talk to him and tell him what I said, and then you can decide for yourself.
I'll do that. Stay here.
Back and forth. How many times have I had to go back and forth?
Done.
Well, little Blickspit will tell you now. I'm sure we're all lies.
He says that he planted the all on the body, but only because he wanted to make sure you'd be implicated in the death. He says you're a murderer, and he wanted to make sure you got caught.
The supervisor's face drains of color.
He admitted he's an anarchist?
Yes, he seems to believe you're dangerous to everyone around you, whether they be anarchists or gutsmen, and that someone needs to stop you. He's willing to admit to his own crimes in order to ensure that you meet with justice.
His beefy face grows red with apoplexy.
You're accusing me? But I ain't the murderer. I'm just trying to expose anarchists, Burke. Damn you. You can't do this to me. You can't trust anyone who says they saw me do it. So you can't say I did it.
Would you say the same thing under oath and under spell? I'm betting Saros would.
Okay. Can I at least take my stuff and give this place the laugh? Old Thilden will make sure you won't regret it.
No, remain here or suffer even worse consequences. You can rest assured that I can make certain of that. Good day, Thilden.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Well, have you found a culprit for this heinous crime? Do you have evidence? Thilden committed the crime, but Saros tried to frame him for it. It's an anarchist plot, and Saros is in the middle of it. Arrest them both.
What? Both of them? This is a sad day for the Gutsman. A sad day indeed. Allow me a moment to summon the guards.
Take your time.
Updated my journal.
He seems saddened by the ordeal. It is done. My thanks for resolving the investigation. You have one task remaining to you. Sandos, father of Sarosa and Saros, one of our more vital members, has returned from a harrowing journey. He has locked himself in his tower room and is threatening to kill himself. Speak to him. Stop him. I'm on it.
Updated my journal. All right.
Greetings, sir. Did Keldor send you? Sandos came up here and he's been raving and muttering behind the door all day. I hope you can do something for him.
We'll see about that. Sandos, I need to talk to you.
A muffled voice comes out from behind the door.
Go away! Are you Sandos?
Who else would I be? These are my rooms. This is my section. This is where I'm going to die.
Tell me about yourself, Sandos.
You want to talk? Is that what you want? How about you listen? What's the point of it? That's what I want to know. Why do we do the things we do? What's the thing that keeps us driving? Pride. Pride and ego. We keep telling ourselves that we can be something, that we mean something, that there's a reason we're here. But in the end, it's all just blackness. I've seen that final blackness, and there's no reason to deny it. Yet we keep pushing on out of foolish pride. There's no reason to it.
Did you ever consider that you became a gutsman for a reason?
What do you mean?
You found a reason once. You believed that all we face is a test. You believed that we're here to push past that final blackness, to overcome it. Don't tell me you've gotten weak now.
They taught you well, at least. Let me think about this. I hope you've got some time.
Welcome, my little friends. Please, relax, and keep your weapons at your sides.
And cooking is fun. Is raiding with a party of 2. Welcome. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Let me give you a cheeky shout out. How was the stream, my friend? You finished BG Reloaded. That's awesome. Did you kick Saravok back to the hells? Need to figure out if I should do Icewind Dale in Neverwinter Nights 2 or Temple of Elemental Evil. There's Icewind Dale in Neverwinter Nights 2 as well. Oh, he's not magic immune. Not the expansion though, just main game. Oh, I see. So no Heart of Winter. But I mean, Heart of Winter is pretty brutal. It's a lot tougher than the main game. But yeah, it's up to you. Icewind Dale could be cool because you could forge your own party. Also need to get lunch. Wait, what time is it for you if you're getting lunch? Oh, it's 12:35, okay. I thought you were from somewhere else then, but I'm not gonna delve into it. Oh, you're from US. For some reason I thought you were Swedish. Don't ask why. I just for some reason I thought you were from Sweden. Don't ask why. It's weird. I'm weird. Oh, you took Swedish in university. Ah. Oh yeah, and because you're always telling me hey in Swedish. That must be why. Okay, well. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Anyway, let's continue the reading.
All the time in the world, Sandoz. Think it over.
When it speaks again, the voice sounds a little more balanced.
Hold on until Keldor, you've talked some sense into me. I'll want to see him eventually, but you've done your job. Go on now.
Thanks. Farewell.
You got any cool loot here? No.
I'm gone.
Okay, we can finally join these guys.
Have you succeeded in convincing him that life is worthwhile? I have succeeded. He has regained his zest for life.
Updated my journal.
You have succeeded?
Glorious news. Congratulations, my friend. You have proven yourself worthy of joining the Gutsmen. Would you like to take the oath now, or perhaps wait until later? Now. The oath. Life's tribulations are tests. There is nothing I encounter that is not a lesson. Pain is the multiverse's way of reinforcing a lesson. What I hate most in others is a reflection of what I hate most in myself. I will act to activate my potential and to aid others in achieving their goals. I will remember that divinity's spark is present in everything. I swear fealty to the believers of the Source and their goals, never to forsake them. You swear the oath, and Keldor smiles. Welcome to the Gutsman, lad. Do you need anything from me now?
Updated my journal.
I'd like to see the secret project if I could. You have proven yourself trustworthy. Here, take this.
He presses a token emblazoned with the Gutsman symbol in your hands. Do not lose it. If you do, I'm afraid I cannot replace it, so be careful with it. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I need to purchase some items.
Oh, Chain Lightning Storm. It's a level 6 spell. Giant lightning bolts strike down all hostile creatures on screen for 7 to 70 points of damage. A successful saving throw reduces it to half damage. Okay. Ah, but there's the dagger I wanted. Enlightenment. Gives you +1 to charisma. It's +2. +1 to armor class. Yeah, I'll get that. Improved strength. Kinda meh. Let's skip Dakon. Improved strength. So he can have a level 4 spell.
Alright.
Man, this heat is really taking the juice out of me. Getting kinda tired. I'm gonna go and make some coffee for myself. Let me equip this. Yay, 17 charisma. Yeah, I'm gonna go and make some coffee. I will be right back. Thanks for watching. And I have returned. Let us continue. Yeah, we should talk to her now. So Rosa. Give me a sec. Okay. Thanks to your words, my father Santos is alive and well. I can only hope that whatever force has scarred him this way, I cannot believe he came to this on his own, will pay for its misdeeds. What else can I do for you?
You can answer me some questions.
What answers do you seek, half-man?
Why do you call me
Updated my
half-man?
journal.
I call you half-man because I cannot see your spirit. All other mortals who pass through my life show their spirit to me as a shining spark or a smoldering ember. You show nothing at all. I call you half-man because I cannot see your spirit as I see those of others. Whether this is because you have no soul or because you have transcended, I cannot say. One way or another, you are but half a man. What the other half is, I cannot say.
Who are you?
I am Sarosa, daughter of Sandos, one of the factors of the Gutsman.
Tell me of your family.
A note of bitterness creeps into her voice. My brother, as you know, awaits the executioner's whim. My father, as you may or may not know, travels far and wide across the multiverse, seeking meanings that most mortals have yet to grasp.
Tell me more of your brother.
I will not. He was always impulsive, eager to prove his bravery against this cruel cosmos, and now he cannot. I will not cast blame here, but neither will I speak of it. If you wish to know more, speak to me later. Farewell. Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Oh well. Great. We just missed out on a free wisdom point. Oh, that sucks ass. Oh well.
All right, I'm gone.
I don't know. Maybe there's a charisma check. You never know. 25 charisma, let's go. Lovely.
Done.
I fucked up. And we missed out on a free wisdom point. Oh, that sucks. Good day, sir. May I help you with something? No. Show the token to the guard.
I've got a token.
My mistake, sir. May I help you with anything else?
Nope. Good day.
All right.
That's a big ass cannon. Weapons worker. You see a tiefling clad in gutsman's clothing, carefully examining the thing in the center of the room. I can't really talk right now. We're at a critical phase.
A critical phase? What?
Yes, this project we're working on is a weapon that could have massive peacetime applications as well. We're not close to the end, but we are at a delicate phase. Delicate enough that it could put us all in the dead book if some perk fails us now.
What is it you're doing?
We're adjusting the variables in the device's lower magical resonances. One mistake could sink the whole project, and if the project goes under, it'll take us all out in the resulting magical wave.
Where is this project?
It's a weapon, I think. We're not sure if it's for war or for hunting. The power's above. If it's for hunting, I don't want to see the creature it's designed to kill. I don't know, maybe a Tarask? But when we're done, it's gonna be on par with that chaos ship the Doomguard built a few years back with the Tanari. For the Doomguard, I strike a blow! At least that's the theory.
What does it do?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to speak to one of the engineers for that information. I know that it has a massive focused beam of heat. We perfected that part of it at least. We've even mounted it permanently into the device. There are other aspects to the thing that we've not even begun work on yet. We're not allowed to see them until we're done with each portion.
Well, the secrecy.
If you knew an enemy was creating a weapon to use against you, wouldn't you do everything in your power to destroy it? We've got no idea who it's for even. We're just trusting the word of the high-ups that it won't be used in a way we'll disagree with. None of us know who's asking us to make it. So there's no chance we'll spill the dark of it to someone who wants to see it destroyed, especially because we've all sealed our lives on it.
What do you mean by that?
Because of the nature of this project with the secrecy and all that, not to mention the magics that allow us to even work on the machine, we've had to seal a part of our lives into the machine. We get our lives back when the project's done, but if it malfunctions or powers forbid get sabotaged, it takes our lives when it blows. That weapon reminds me of something. Huh. It's got wheels. It's on like rails. So they must be expecting a pretty heavy recoil. And it looks like they've already tested it a little bit. There's scorch marks on the wall there.
You can tell me who this project is being built.
No, actually.
How long till it's done?
It probably won't be done for another decade, but the trickiest part of it will be done this year. There are some magical rituals that have to be done, and those take time. We'll all breathe easier knowing we're not sealed to a project that's going to detonate because it's unstable.
You can tell me who this project is being built for.
No, I can't tell you that. For one thing, I don't know. For another, I signed a secrecy contract that binds my life to the integrity of the project. If the project fails, I could die, and so could all my friends here. I ain't taking that risk.
Can tell me about the engineers on this project.
Our chief engineer, Niall Sander, is a genius. He has created works I never dreamed possible. Word is he has even created a folding portal and is working on a dream builder in his spare time. It was said that long ago his family was contracted to create this machine for a man who could not dream himself. Our other engineer, Pate Lin, is newer but equally bright. She's a little erratic, but her work shows great promise and skill. You can usually find them in the main meeting hall.
Great. What can you tell me about your boss?
You can usually find her in here somewhere. She's a Gitzerai who got exiled from her people. She's working here because she doesn't get seen much, and so her shame is lessened. She's brilliant and hard-minded.
I wonder if she'd talk to my friend Dakon here.
I would be honored to meet another outcast, another exile. Perhaps the sharing of our shame will lessen its sting for both of us.
We'll speak to her soon enough, my friend.
And that soon is right now. You see a Gitzerai woman, bald, with scarred cheeks and a cat's grace in her walk. As she turns toward you, she spies Dakon. Her eyes widen. She addresses him. You bring joy to my heart. My name is Kalira. May I aid you?
My companion would like to speak with you concerning the workings of this device. May he speak for the two of us?
She looks at you and looks back at him quizzically. Of course, esteemed one. If you speak for him and accept responsibility for keeping what passes here secret. She turns her attention reluctantly to you. You have questions for me?
Yes.
She glances at Fall from Grace, and her mouth curves in a graceful moo. What is that word? I apologize, Honored One, but I cannot speak of this. I am both contractually and magically bound not to speak of this in the hearing of certain manifestations, shall we say, of belief. She turns to the succubus. My apologies, Lady Grace. I understand. Kalera bows.
What does that mean?
She can't speak about it in the presence of fiends. I would speculate that since she's been bound contractually, that means it's a project of law, and since she's been bound to it magically, it is likely Beatezu in origin.
Interesting.
A pouting expression used to convey annoyance or distaste. Interesting. Thanks for the definition.
Tell me what this device does.
Our device spouts forth a certain type of magical fire that harms even those resistant to ordinary fire. We are working on applications that might even get around a creature's magical resistance.
What other applications might it have?
Aside from its weapon values, it could be used as an excellent mining device. If tuned properly, it could harvest whole swathes of forest or fields of grain. It could harden a shell of Limbo's material for a time. We have even tried lesser applications of the technology there, or even be used as propulsion across the spheres of Cursori. Its uses are limited by one's imagination. It is not purely a weapon of destruction. These people are truly evil. They intend to use a weapon to make resistance to magical fire actually matter. God. Absolute psychopaths. How can they do that? Just unbelievable.
Who has contracted for this device? What can you tell me of the engineers?
She scowls, adding several creases to her scarred face. Speak to one of my smiths if you would know of the engineers. No kind words for the engineers will you hear from me.
Why not?
Why? Because they do not seem to share a love for this project as do their comrades. Because they are dreamers and do none of the action themselves. Because ultimately I do not trust that their intentions mean well for us, but instead benefit them and them alone. Aside to Dakar.
Who is she and why does she treat you with such respect?
She is of the people. Her markings tell of one who has walked her path from Limbo and has been made to not know our ancestral home. Her markings tell all Gitzerai to render her assistance, and tell the Gitzerai that she is still of the people. Her reverence for me is the reverence shown to all Zerth.
Okay. Well, that was real interesting.
Done.
I guess we should do the Dream Builder quest too.
All right.
Yeah, I'm still pissed off about losing the wisdom point. I forgot you need to talk to her before you join the Gutsman. But alas, I did not remember. But I mean, we should be fine with 19 wisdom. Niall Sander. You see a bushy-haired man, clad in the height of fashion, if you consider fashion to have died 50 years ago. His clothing seems to consist of tattered street urchin rags, and he seems to affect a disdainful manner toward those around him. Or that might be his actual manner. He doesn't even glance at you until you speak to him, and then his eyes begin searching your face carefully. Do you want something?
Who are you?
I am Niall Sander, great-grandson of the Artificer Zero Zander, engineer, dreamer, creator. And I have finished his work, the work that you commissioned, the Dream Builder. Are you ready to claim the use of it now?
A dream builder? What's that?
It is both machine and ritual. It is a state of mind and a construct of steam and blood. It grants dreams to those who enter its confines. It was built for you and it's waiting for you. Are you ready to finish it off? It has been waiting for you for decades.
How do you know it was built for me?
Because my great-grandfather, Zeno Zander, set your face in stone so that we would know you when you return for the work you commissioned. He always thought you'd return, but no one else truly believed you would. Our family completed it because we said we would, and now, here you are.
Do you still have the stone?
No, it was stolen from me a year ago. I saw only a shadow flitting away. It was the only item taken from my home. I have no idea who'd take it, but I'd memorized the features.
Alright, let's finish the Dream Builder.
What I need to begin the final stages of the Dream Builder is a piece of your skin immersed in your blood, so the machine can familiarize itself with your physical essence. It must be in a blue-green bottle to symbolize the dream sea on which you will float.
Flesh, blood, bottle. Right, we'll be back.
Okay, we're done in the foundry for now, which is a relief because I hate this place. So we'll do some other stuff now.
Done.
Ain't nothing in this room.
Done.
Okay.
Done.
Oh yeah, you can hook these two up. Karina, you see a pretty young woman wearing simple clothes. She wanders about the market and examines everything, but does not make any purchases. You notice that people seem to be avoiding her, but they try not to make it obvious. She flashes you a warm smile as you approach.
Greetings.
Her smile broadens. Hello, I'm Karina. It's a pleasure to meet you, Cutter. She continues to smile and waits for your response.
I have some questions.
I don't even remember what you can do in this area. You can talk to people. You can talk to a lot of people. She nods her head. Alright, what do you want to know?
We're gonna buy some weapons.
She smiles and points to one of the counters. Anzi over there sells weapons. All kinds of weapons. Are you a warrior? How silly of me. Of course you are. I mean, how could you not be with all those scars? Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention those. You're not sensitive about them, are you?
No, I've gotten used to them.
She looks relieved. Oh, good. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, or anyone else's for that matter. You just have to be careful what you say to someone, you know? I mean, people are different, and you never know. What may offend one person may not offend another. So, anyway...
I have some other questions. We're gonna buy some magic.
She smiles and points to one of the counters. Alec over there sells magic things. Are you a mage? You don't look like one, but I guess looks can be rather deceiving. I don't know what a mage really looks like now that I think about it. Do you?
Yeah, they wear robes with funny symbols and a pointy hat.
Really? That's good to know. I mean, mages scare me, so I want to know what they look like. I guess it's all that power they have, and they can do really incredible things and all that, but you don't know what they look like. Warriors and priests and you know, other powerful people just look powerful with all that stuff they carry around that says they are powerful people, but not mages.
I have some other questions. You, really like to talk, don't you?
She shuffles her feet and looks embarrassed. Well, I've been told that I probably talk a bit too much and, well, people tend to avoid me and I don't really have any friends or male friends courting me. Sometimes I get lonely. Her voice gets lower and lower until she's finally silent. She stares at the ground at her feet.
I don't think you're a bad person, Karina. I happen to like you.
Updated my journal.
She gives you a hopeful look. Really? Thank you so much. I don't know your name.
I don't remember my name.
She frowns, starts to say something, and then thinks better of it. She shrugs her shoulders. What's in a name? It's just nice to know I have a friend.
Farewell.
Corvus, you see a tall man in plate armor. The armor is of unusual construction with spikes flaring from the shoulders, elbows and forearms. He nods at your approach, but then his eyes wander about the market.
Good day, citizen. I am guard Corvus.
Greetings.
How may I help you, citizen?
He gives you a friendly look, but glances over your shoulder.
I have some questions.
He nods to you.
I will help you if I can, citizen. Who are you?
I am Harmonium Guard Corvus, citizen. I help keep the peace here at the market.
Tell me about the Harmonium.
Our belief is simple. We are the light. We are the way. We are order. We are truth. We maintain and enforce order here in Sigil. We police the city. He looks about again.
What can you tell me of the other factions?
I know little about them, citizen. I'm sorry, but you will have to take your questions to a representative of their order for answers.
Do you know someone named Lenny?
Lenny? Yes, I know a thief who goes by that name. He can usually be found over by the siege tower.
What can you tell me about him?
Anything I know about that individual is harmonium business, citizen. I cannot discuss such matters with strangers. Perhaps after I get to know you better. Are you soliciting me? Try to see what he's looking at. You glance over your shoulder and see Karina wandering nearby. Corvus seems to have his eyes locked on her as she wanders about.
Her name is Karina.
He snaps his attention back to you.
I beg your pardon. You know her, citizen?
He looks at Karina again.
Voice of an angel and such a pretty young thing. Yes, and she's also lonely. I'm certain she would welcome the company of a gentleman.
Updated my journal.
He glances at you, then back at Karina.
Excuse me for a moment, citizen.
He steps around you and heads toward Karina.
Alright.
Corvus returns to you and is smiling brightly. Thank you, friend. A wonderful young lady. He looks a little glassy-eyed. Back with lunch? What are you having for lunch?
My pleasure. You know someone named Byron Pickett?
Yes, I am familiar with Byron.
What can you tell me about him?
Updated my journal.
Officially, nothing. Beef naan bread. Interesting. I've heard about naan bread, but I haven't heard about combining it with beef. Well, enjoy your lunch, man. I am enjoying my coffee. And my water as well, because I need to keep hydrated because it's so freaking hot here today. Just has beef with spices stuffed between the bread. I see. So it's like a kind of like a tortilla. Oh, that's good. Good water, good coffee, good stuff. Okay. Unofficially, he is suspected of being behind most of the criminal activity here at the market. We believe him to be responsible for the murder of a merchant named Zach. His list of suspected crimes is quite long. Anything else?
Updated my journal.
Yes, I would not turn my back to him, and I would think twice about being anywhere alone with him. That is all, friend.
Updated my journal.
What could you tell me about Lenny? Officially, nothing. Unofficially, he's a thief and a good one. A master, I would say. Although he is a thief, he seems to have some ethics. He has never been suspected of assault or murder. He has managed to avoid the law on numerous occasions. Anything else?
Updated my journal.
Yes, I would not be afraid to turn my back to Lenny. There are few people I can say that about, but Lenny is one of them. That is all, friend. Hello to you, Servo. What's up, my dude? You're just in time for the kindergarten reading session. I wanted to talk to you about the merchant Zach.
Updated my journal.
Anything I know about that is harmonium business, citizen. I cannot discuss such matters. All I can say is that Zach was murdered and an investigation is being conducted. If you discover anything that will further that investigation, please bring it to my attention. Sweaty Finnish man, it's like 30 degrees Celsius. Wonder how much that is. Let me check. Celsius to Fahrenheit, so 30 degrees Celsius is 86 degrees Fahrenheit. You need ice water? I have some water with me, but it's not staying cold. Mostly because I don't have ice. I guess I could make some ice, but whatever. I just need to keep myself hydrated so I don't pass out. But I'll be fine, don't worry about me. I will endure. I have evidence that proves Byron Pickett is involved in criminal acts here in Sigil. Oh? May I see this evidence?
Updated my journal.
He examines the papers thoroughly, then folds them and puts them away. He nods to you and smiles. Excellent work, citizen. These documents are quite detailed in their content. I personally will see to it that Byron Pickett is taken before the courts. I shall return shortly. Alright. The deed is done. Pickett has been removed from the streets. The evidence has been presented to the courts, and soon he will stand trial. Once again, I thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's wonderful. Karina notices your approach and beams you a happy smile. Hello again. She looks like she's about to burst with excitement. Thank you so much, Cutter. I'm so grateful for what you did. What did I do, Karina? You sent Corvus my way. I know because he told me so. He was afraid to approach me, thought I had a list of suitors. Well, what I mean to say is, thank you. She gives you a hug. You're welcome, Karina. I wish the two of you happiness. Thank you, Cutter. I hope you find happiness in your life as well. Farewell. Well, that was a wholesome little side quest.
Might as well.
Who would have thought this game could be wholesome? Because it seems pretty dark most of the time.
I'm gone.
Got the succubus, I see. Yep. We got the OG winged waifu. Reject Airy. Embrace the succubus mommy. I don't think I really need any. Oh, he's got some weird stuff. Might as well sell that. Airy wishes she could get wings like those. Exactly. I really want these items. I need to sell the if I sell these, I should be able to get them. Or at least some of them. That would have been kind of cool. Limited wish cast by Airy. One time wish, I want a pair of natural wings. But it's not the same. Club of Piercing. Yeah, all this stuff is garbage.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
Least horny floating skull. Okay, we got the Magus Shield. I should get that. We also got the Serpent Ring. Immune to poison plus 33% MR. Well, that's wonderful. Displacer Ring, that's plus 2 AC. Spider Bracelet. Plus 25% damage resistant. Wait, normal attacks, so does that not include magical weapons then? Plus 10 base hit points. Oh, these are both only usable by thieves. Kinda want the Displacer Ring. Maybe this too. Okay. Dakon's at negative 7 AC, but that doesn't fucking matter because he's just gonna get crit again and die instantly. What does the succubus have other than cleric spells? Not really anything else. I mean, she's a single class priest, so she just gets priest spells. She's wearing a chastity bodice.
I'm afraid that if you were to remove that, I would be naked.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Why do you think I'm trying to remove? Okay. This is AC 5. Technically, if I gave this to Dakon, he would get, yeah, he's at negative 8 now, which is really pog. So yeah, I don't think poison saves are very important.
That item is important to me. I cannot part with it.
All from Grace's diary. This book looks like it is made from paper-thin silver sheets. The engraving of a woman is on the cover of the text. And there's a small lock on the side of the book. No matter how you try, the lock resists your attempts to open it.
Well, I didn't want to read it anyway. Well, at least not yet.
Oh wait, I just remembered. We can upgrade Mort's stats.
All right.
It's a pretty long read, but... well, that's what we do. We read. So, let's do it.
Yes?
I
want to talk about Mort.
Mort is most peculiar. I have seen a great deal in my life, but nothing quite like him. He behaves somewhat like a Mimir. Granted, there's no denying he's knowledgeable, but he has a certain Beatorian smell about him.
Beatorian smell?
Yes, but he's not a Beatezu, at least of any variety I've encountered. The smell alone, however, makes me treat the skull with caution.
What do you mean when you say Beatezu and Beatorian?
My apologies. Beator is one of the outer planes, the home of a race of fiends called the Beatezu. They are evil creatures, yet they are organized and lawful in many of their behaviors. Some might call them devils. They believe in contracts and hierarchies. In many ways, they are like evil bureaucrats.
What were you saying about a Mimir before?
Mimirs are encyclopedias of knowledge. The owner may ask them questions, and if they possess the knowledge, they will inform the user of what it knows.
And Mort is a Mimir?
I don't believe so. Mort lacks the silvery metal that Mimirs customarily have, and he seems to have an attitude of his own. Such qualities are not present in conventional Mimirs. Gray shrugs slightly. He may be one, but he's unlike any I've ever encountered.
I don't believe Mort is a Mimir either.
Perhaps there is some test to verify his authenticity, but I would not do one if you value him as a friend. If you do, then you must accept what he has told you. Hello, Hachiman. How are you? Alright, let's...
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Yeah, let's ask him about the... skull mob.
Could you do anything else?
Is that the nameless one on Mort? Yes, indeed. Along with a few other friends.
Well, I made some friends when I was sitting on the shelf in Lothar's waiting for you to bail me out. Thanks for taking your sweet time about it, by the way. They said if I needed any help, I could just call on them.
Friends? What do you mean?
Updated my journal.
Well, I just whistle and they kind of show up. They're a good bunch of bashers. Bite like snakes, too.
Okay.
You said you're a Mimir, right, Mort?
Yeah, a Mimir's a floating encyclopedia. You put information in, you get information out.
But are Mimirs made of a silvery metal?
So, maybe some are, but I'm not. And there's stranger things on the plains than that, Chief.
I don't think you're a Mimir, Mort. What are you?
What's with the interrogation? What do you know about Mimirs anyway?
I know enough to think you're lying to me. First, that bit about the missing line from my back saying not to trust you. Then this. What am I supposed to think?
Okay, I'm not a Mimir, but I know a lot of stuff, so I might as well be one.
What are you then?
I'm a floating skull who knows a lot.
What about that Beatorian smell you have?
What would you know about what Beator smells like? Unless Hey, you've been talking about me with that Tanari, haven't you? What does she know?
Well, she obviously touched on something. That is a Beatorian smell, right?
Well, yeah, so I smell a little. Excuse me.
Why do you smell like Beator?
I was in the Hells for a while. Kind of a long while. The stench kind of grows on you.
You were in the Hells? What were you doing there?
See, well, there's this pillar on Avernus, the first layer of Beator. It's called the Pillar of Skulls, but it's more like the Pillar of Heads. To hear some bashers tell it, it's supposedly made of the heads of Bergs, mostly sages and scholars, who used their knowing of this and knowing of that when they were alive to stretch the truth a little. So much they might have hurt or killed someone by doing it. Well, when I died, I ended up there. Funny, huh?
Not really.
Mort goes silent for a moment.
Yeah, you're right. It's not funny at all. You see, I think I knew a lot of things when I was alive, and maybe when I did know something, I didn't always tell the truth about it. I'm thinking that when I bent the truth once or twice, I may have led to someone getting penned in the dead book sooner than they should have.
It was me, wasn't it?
Mort looks at you for a moment.
Yeah, I can't say how I know it, Chief, but I think so. I think you were the one that got me sent there. The last twig in the bundle before the whole load snaps. Thing is, I can't remember what happened. I don't even remember being human, or what my life was even like before I woke up on the pillar.
What did you forget?
That's pretty much the way of things when you die, as I'm sure you're no stranger to. You just forget. I figure I wasn't a sterling member of the community when I was alive, but hells, who is? It's just that I can't help it. Nothing's worse than being honest all the time.
Except being sentenced to the Hells. That sounds a lot worse than telling the truth.
Yeah, you're right. Again.
Mort clicks his teeth. The way he does it reminds you of someone drumming their fingers.
I guess just all that good and evil and lying and cheating catches up with you. And when I got penned in the dead book, it was my turn to pay the ferryman.
So how did you escape the pillar?
My journal.
Well, you helped me, Chief. When you showed up at the Pillar of Skulls, I pushed my way to the front. My obvious know-how and charm attracted your attention. You knew that I was the head that knew the most, so I cut a deal with you.
Deal?
As Mort speaks, your vision seems to bleed into a fiery red, and you hear a howling, a horrible screaming tower of voices, chittering, screeching, hammering, all of them begging, screaming to be freed. And Mort's voice, faint, almost lost in the horde. He sounds desperate, frightened, and pathetically, tragically lost.
You, Skull, speak.
The howling voices fall silent, and you watch the tiny red-lined skull, its cracked features cast in a hellish light, turn its eyes up at you. Blood and ichor has streamed across its features, and its teeth chatter as if cold.
I can help you. I know what you seek. All these heads, all their knowing, just please, I beg you, free me. Let me help you. I'll tell you anything, everything.
Will you? Swear it, Skull. Swear you will serve me until my end days, or here you will remain.
I swear, just please free me,
You watch as Mort sickeningly swallows, his pride almost a tangible thing.
I beg you, let me help you, please.
Very well, I shall free you.
Your vision slides as if you are moving, and the howling, screaming cacophony begins again. A nightmarish horde of howls and catcalls and taunts and insults. The feel of your hands sliding into the filthy quagmire of the pillar. The biting of fangs, mandibles, and your hands locking around the tiny skull and ripping, tearing it from the pillar like an old scab.
It is done.
You look down at the bloody skull in your scarred hands, its eyes covered in ichor from the pillar, and its teeth chatter once, twice. It reminds you of a wailing newborn, helpless, and in the eyes of the man you once were, pathetic.
I have freed you. Now your life and your death is mine, Mort.
Your vision swirls, the mists of the past drifting away, and Mort is still chattering on. We talked for a while, Chief, you and me, seeing whether the arrangement will work, and I think we both were really impressed with each other, so you invited me off the pillar, and I've kind of been with you ever since.
What happened then?
Well, I didn't know I'd lose most of the pillar's knowledge once I was out of it. I mean, how was I to know? I'd never been off the damn thing, but you were pretty understanding about it.
You lost all the knowledge you said you had?
Your vision swirls again, making you dizzy, and you feel your gut churn. You hear the cracking, snapping of bone, and Mort's howling in pain, screaming for someone to stop killing him. And your hand lashing out again and again, and
damn you, Skull! You lied to me! I'll thrust you back in that damnable pillar and leave you to die there!
There's the clatter of bone against what sounds like metal, a floor or a wall, and the skittering of teeth knocked free. You can hear Mort mewling like a beaten dog for you to stop.
Know that your suffering on the pillar will be nothing to the torment I will make you suffer!
Your vision swirls and Mort's cries ebb, fading into his chattering rhythm.
So, you realized I still had my uses, so I took up with you, and I've been with you ever since.
Mort, what did I want from the pillar? And how long ago was it that I freed you?
Mort thinks for a moment.
Well, as for how long, I don't know the exact count, Chief. Ages, I suppose. I've done all I could to help you each time, but it's not easy. And as for what you wanted at the pillar, I don't know. Once you pried me off, I couldn't remember.
Mort, why didn't you say something when we were at the mortuary?
Mort suddenly becomes defensive.
Because I never know who you're gonna be. Some of your incarnations have been stark raving mad. One time you awoke obsessed with the idea that I was your skull and chased me around the spire trying to shatter and devour me. Luckily you were crushed by a passing cart in the street. Another, good and lawful, you tried to thrust me back into the pillar because it's where I belonged. That's why. Besides, no harm's ever come of you not knowing.
So you've stayed with me all this time?
Well, yeah, Chief. I said I would. Mort always keeps his promises. Well, most of them. There was this one chit on Arborea who...
You suddenly realize that Mort's tone has changed. Past the joke, you realize he's trying to hide something. Something about why he's with you.
Mort, seriously, why are you still traveling with me?
Chief, I said it's because I promised, alright? What else could it be?
I don't know. You didn't need to stick around after I freed you.
Well, of course not, Chief, but I...
And suddenly his tone of voice strikes a chord in you, and you know why he has remained with you all this time.
You feel guilty because you led me to my death so long ago, isn't it? And you've been suffering ever since.
Ah, come on, Chief. Me? Feel guilty? I'm Mort.
No, I think that's it. When I came to free you from the fate you deserved, you couldn't help but try and help me. And when you could have left after I freed you, you remained, because you felt indebted.
Mort is silent for a moment, looking at you.
Maybe. You know what's funny? At first I don't know what the feeling was. Kinda slowly eats at you, you know? I mean, at first I thought it was a side effect of some enchantment that bound me to you, but after a couple 100 years I realized it was more than that, something deeper. I just felt drawn, connected to you somehow. Maybe it's all your suffering, Chief, your torment, I don't know. Maybe I felt, I don't know, responsible for whatever it is I did. What if something I did brought you to this state? Thing is, I don't think me, or whoever I was, really ever had to see the consequences of all the lying and cheating I'd done. And when I saw you for the first time when I was trapped on the pillar, somehow I knew that you were the one I betrayed. once, long ago. And that's all I know.
I see. Thanks for coming clean, Mort.
Updated my journal.
Nah, don't thank me.
Mort sighs, and to your surprise, his voice seems stronger somehow, more confident. Some of the cracks and fractures in his skull have vanished, as if healed.
Nah, the thanks is all to you. I feel like I just had a plane moved off my shoulders, so to speak.
Alright, Mort,
In
let's
knowing
move on.
the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
Alright, Mort gained some stats. He's got 16 strength now, and 18 dex and 18 con. He's even tankier than before. Dakon leveled up.
My blade has changed.
Your blade has changed, huh? Oh, it's +2 now. +4 to armor class. Doubles all first level mage spells. Bro. He's got -10 AC now. Dakon's a freaking beast now.
All right.
Okay, what next? Oh yeah, let's talk to him.
The message is delivered.
That was certainly speedy, wasn't it? My thanks, friend. One more task for you, for the princely sum of 200 coins. Just take this handbill down to Barkis at the smoldering corpse and ask him to post it somewhere. He's an old friend, so he'll be glad to see it.
Thanks, I
Updated
guess.
my journal.
Let's do some more.
All right.
More reading. More reading. More reading. I really need to space out my Torment streams. Not play Torment every single day, cause this is gonna drive me insane. Oh yeah, I'm a gutsman now. Let's talk to this dim tree. You see a tall, slender man with a glassy-eyed expression. He seems engrossed in some tale that the shopkeeper is relating. Occasionally he nods his head, but makes no comments of his own.
Greetings.
The man turns slightly at your greeting, just enough to acknowledge your presence. You notice that he's a little pale of complexion and rather gaunt looking. He's giving you a blank stare. The shopkeeper does not seem to notice any of this and continues with his stream of useless prattle.
Are you alright?
The man continues to stare at you and slowly nods. You wait for any further response, but he says nothing, only stares. You are about to turn away in frustration when you think you notice a strange, musty odor about the man. Step closer and sniff. You lean in and sniff at the man, unsure what you'll find. As you do, a musty odor fills your senses, an odor you recognize from your time in the mortuary. It is the smell of dead flesh preserved by magic.
You're a zombie, aren't you?
The creature continues to stare at you blankly. Slowly, as if with great effort, he begins to reply to you. Only your speak with dead power makes him understandable.
Yes, I am Dimtree. Why are you here, Dimtree?
Dimtree slowly glances at the shopkeeper and makes a feeble gesture towards him. Seeing this as a sign of interest, the shopkeeper redoubles his efforts in telling whatever tale he is relating to the poor creature. Dimtree looks at you again.
Amrys, he talks. Amrys never stops.
wanders town, annoys master, annoys everyone. Master create Dimtree, tells Dimtree talk Hamries. Now Hamries stay in shop. Master happy, town happy, Dimtree sad.
Is there anything I can do to help you, Dimtree?
The creature pauses, then resumes his slow speech with you. You can almost detect the pleading tone in his voice.
Yes, fine, master. Sebastian. Ask him release me. Please.
He turns his attention to Hamries momentarily.
Please.
Why don't I just put you out of your misery?
Dimtree barely shakes his head at you.
No, master revive. Must ask master. Sebastian, please.
He awaits your answer.
Sure, Dimtree. I'll see what I can do for you.
Updated my journal.
You can almost sense a feeling of relief emanating from the zombie.
Dimtree, thank you, friend.
Very well.
Done.
Well, let's put him out of his misery.
My lungs feel like a chimney.
Sebastian smiles at you. Good day, Cutter. How may I help you?
Actually, I want to talk to you about Dimtree.
He stares at you for a moment and then sighs. What about Dream Dimtree, Cutter?
He wants to be released from his curse.
He gives you a surprised look and then waves you off. I found that hard to believe, Cutter. Dimtree doesn't have the mental power to desire anything. He frowns for a moment. Did that idiot Hamries put you up to this? Remind me, what's the party size in Torment? 5 or 6? It's 6. Just like in Baldur's Gate.
Think about it, Sebastian. Hamries doesn't know Dimtree is a zombie, let alone who created him, right?
He sighs and seems to be deep in thought. Yes, you're right, of course. Hamries could not have sent you. I guess poor Dimtree is more aware than I intended. A pox on me for my stupidity.
So, will you release him?
I was wondering how come you didn't fill what looked like the final slot with the smoldering corpse. I did pick him up temporarily. But I only took him for XP and, you know, to learn some spells. As soon as we were done with that, I just let him go. Because I don't want him sucking up XP. Needlessly, because I'm not gonna be using him for the rest of the game, so there's somebody else I want to pick up. Helm of Trusted Defender is meh in Neverwinter Nights 2, but Troll Killer is super good. The Helm of the Trusted Defender, that's the one that can only be worn by like halflings and gnomes, right? Yeah, because I remember having my tank be a dwarf, and I was pissed off that I couldn't use the helmet. He grants no fatigue and has an AC bonus that stacks in base game. So infinite haste spam, yeah, it's really busted. He looks at you for a moment with conflicting emotions crossing his face. He sighs and throws his arms up in exasperation. I cannot, sorry. I want to, mind you, but I cannot. I fulfilled a contract by creating Dimtree, and I cannot break it, right or wrong. I am a man of my word. My reputation demands it.
I understand your dilemma and agree with you. Could I release him instead?
That would be difficult. He turns and begins to look through a nearby box. After a moment, he removes a book, which he sets down in front of you. First, you'd have to have some magical aptitude. Second, you'd have to be able to properly speak the words you find on page 23 of this book.
Go on.
Last, you'd have to touch Tim Dimtree just as you feel the power of the words culminate within you. He turns his back on you and rummages through another box. I couldn't allow you to read that book, however. It'd be tantamount to my breaking my word through the actions of another. He continues poking through the box, ignoring you. Read the book and leave.
My journal.
That's a clever way to twist the laws of the planes. So no point in having my main tank as a halfling, human or dwarf would work. What does the helmet do in the Neverwinter Nights version?
I'm gone.
Wait, where's Dimtree? Oh, there he is. Dimtree turns to face you slightly as you approach. You can feel a sense of expectation in the air about him.
You fine master, Dimtree release.
Immune to sleep and +3 AC deflection, which does not stack if I have a +3 ring or something like that. I see. Okay. Yeah, you might as well have a dwarf. Proper dwarven male. Or dwarven female as your tank.
Yes, Dimtree. I know how to release you now.
Dimtree turns to face you and gestures towards you.
Please, friend.
Speak the words Sebastian taught you. You pause to gather your thoughts and then carefully speak the words Sebastian taught you. You then reach out and touch Dimtree lightly on the forehead.
Rest well, Dimtree.
Updated my journal.
With a sigh, the zombie collapses at your feet. You think you hear a fleeting "Thank you, friend," as he falls to the ground. Human might be better since I'm trying to get Weapon Master as soon as I can. Isn't Neverwinter Nights 2 a different rule set? What was it? 3.5? I'm not familiar at all with that rule set, so... Humans get extra feet at level 1. Interesting. Okay.
It couldn't hurt you to say a few words to me, fiendling.
Oh, aye, it could. Hurt you, that is.
Hamrys. You see a rugged-looking, square-jawed man. He turns to you with a wide smile.
How are you, Cutter? Good day to you. Good day indeed.
He squints at you for a second, then juts his hand out to shake yours. Shake his hand.
Greetings. Hamry is at your service, member of the Harmonium and the fashioner of fine coffins for the recently departed. I think I know you, do I not? Let me see if I can place it.
He pauses to think a moment.
Sharp with names I was in the Harmonium, let me tell you. Knew everyone on the entire ward. I have some questions. Ask away. I hear your father died. Can you tell me what happened?
He frowns at you. Well, he disappeared some time ago, so I can only assume that he is dead. Where did you hear this?
I don't recall. You say he disappeared?
Oh yes, many years ago. My father was a talented stonemason, and he did not only construct sarcophagi, but he was also quite skilled in tomb design. People from across Sigil. The room begins to fade around you as a memory tugs at your consciousness.
Updated my journal.
You find yourself standing in this very shop, talking with an older man where a child sits in the corner and plays. On the counter between you and the shopkeeper is a set of plans. He seems to be explaining some intricacies with the construction of a tomb. Your vision fades as you try to examine the details of the plans. When your sight returns, you're standing in a cavern in front of a tomb. Above the entry, you see the slogan, "Engineered for Eternity," clearly carved in the stone. The shopkeeper is standing next to you, a broad smile on his face. He gestures to you and begins to walk into the tomb. You quickly match his pace from behind and draw your blade. You find yourself back in Hamry's shop. He is looking at you with some concern.
Are you well, sir? Tell me what happened to your father.
He simply vanished one day, leaving most of his commissions unfinished. Most embarrassing. Took a long while to get out of the debt caused by his disappearance, and to an extent I'm still settling various accounts. Still, I have a certain aptitude for the work and...
Go on.
Sorry, I was just thinking. My father's disappearance was the reason I joined the Harmonium. I left it later on. At first I had a burning desire to find out what happened to him. Later I felt a certain obligation to continue his life's work. I never found the answers I sought. It was quite the mystery as to what happened.
Did your father keep any of the plans for the tombs he built?
Yes, he did. After I came of age and inherited the business, I went through all of his records. They were quite extensive. Why do you ask?
If I describe a tomb for you, could you tell me if it was your father's work?
He frowns in thought and shrugs. I can but try. My harmonium training has blessed me with a sharp memory. I should be able to recognize my father's work if you give me enough details. He looks at you expectantly. Describe the tomb from your memory. He thinks for some time. There's little doubt that the tomb you describe is my father's work. The slogan you mention has been the family trademark for several generations. This tomb, where is it located? Describe the location. You describe the location in detail, surprising yourself with the knowledge you have of the area. Emrys watches you with a concerned look. Odd, I don't recall anything in the family records that would even have permitted him to construct the tomb there. The dustmen are very careful about building rights and real estate, especially beneath the streets of Sigil.
Then you recognize the location?
He nods enthusiastically. Oh yes, sounds like the Drowned Nation's catacombs to me. I've never been there myself, but I've heard the area described many a time in my years with the Harmonium.
I need to know if your father kept the plans for that tomb.
Yes, the warehouse where I store my goods handles my business documents as well. Anyway, they're having internal problems of some sort, new management or some such nonsense. I haven't been able to replenish my stock of late, and I doubt I could retrieve any paperwork from them either. The Harmonium would never let things get so out of hand as to cause distress to its customers. Perhaps you would look into the matter for me.
The warehouse?
Yes, the warehouse is having some internal problems of some sort, whatever that means. I can't get any stock from them until the matter is cleared up. The Harmonium would never let things get so out of... Wait, that's literally the same.
I guess I don't have a choice. If I want the plans, I'll do it.
Updated my journal.
Excellent. If you deal with this issue satisfactorily, you may have your plans for free. He gets that lecture look on his face again.
That may not seem like sufficient payment, but let me tell you about the difficulty involved in creating those plans. Another time, some questions. Can you tell me about this ward? Yes, the lower ward. He leans forward as if explaining something to a small child. You know, it's little known to most newcomers that even people in the ward, most people think that this ward gets its name simply because it's not as prestigious as some of the other wards. But that's not it at all. Not at all. Do you know where the name comes from? He looks at you expectantly. No, I don't know where it gets its name. It's because of the portals to the lower planes. They are the reason behind all the smog that fills the area, belching out noxious gases and all. Fortunately, winds from the spire help to blow away the worst of the mists, but it can bring others in the ward with much weaker constitutions down and fill them full of sickness. Unfortunately, my harmonium training has prepared me for all sorts of hazardous conditions, and after my travels to the lower planes, the smog of this ward is little to bear indeed. What is there to see in the ward? He smiles broadly. A great deal, a great deal. Where to start? If we were to step past all the kilns, forges, breweries, and distilleries scattered amongst the many garbage fires, not to mention the alchemists' dens, the crematoriums, meat curing houses, and the charcoal burners, and examine the ward itself as a whole, one could say, well, there's the foundry, the siege tower, and... Tell me about the foundry. The Great Foundry is the headquarters of for the believers of the Source, also known to some of the laymen as Godsmen, because of their belief that everyone can achieve divinity. The Great Foundry is much like their philosophy, a large sprawling structure that seems to produce nothing but smoke. I mean, when was the last time you saw one of the believers of the Source suddenly become a power? Not any time in the faction's history. Tell me about the Gutsmen. Actually, friend, Gutsmen is the layman's term for their faction. The real name for their organization is, in actuality, the Believers of the Source. They hold to an interesting, if ultimately flawed, philosophy. They believe that everyone has the capability of aspiring to divine status simply by applying themselves. Go on. This guy is dissing the poor believers. Doubters win again. Yeah, filthy doubters. As my tour of duty with the harmonium quickly proved, there are many who could never aspire to divinity, no matter how long they sought it or applied themselves. Nonetheless, the believers of the Source work quite hard, and their little faction is pleasant enough. Can you tell me about some of the other factions? He smiles at you, eager to talk. Why, certainly, friend. I can tell you a little about the Harmonium, the Mercy Killers, or the Governors. What should I start with? The Governors. He nods knowingly. The Fraternity of Order is their proper faction name. They're dedicated to law and knowledge. They spend most of their time simply researching every aspect of law. Now, I'm not talking just of man-made laws. No, their search goes much deeper. They want to know the how and why behind everything. Because of their devotion to law, they also run the courts of Sigil and act as lawyers, judges, advocates, and such. The Harmonium. He stands proudly. The primary faction of Sigil is, of course, the Harmonium. We are the faction dedicated to preserving law and order in Sigil. There's no other more important function. Progress can only be achieved in a state of peace and harmony. There are those that think otherwise, but they don't have our resolve, and thus they shall fail. The Mercy Killers. He smiles. The Mercy Killers stand for justice. To them, justice is everything. It is absolute and perfect. They dedicate their lives to dispensing justice, but it must be done correctly, according to the law. They firmly believe that by imposing justice on the multiverse, it can be cleansed of evil and made perfect. Tell me about the siege tower. That scarred iron wreck? A ward mystery it is. But I have some thoughts on it. First off, it wasn't always here, as I understand it. It simply arrived one night, and no one saw how it got here. Now you've seen the outside of it. It's seen battle, and it looks like battles that most people could not imagine. Me, however, I've seen the edges of the blood war, even tackled a fun Tanari fiend or two when things were desperate with only my harmonium fellows beside me, and those scars on the tower looked like they were gathered over several centuries at least. Go on. Now listen close. My experience allows me to recognize some of those scars that decorate the sides of the tower. Some are acidic blasts, surely enough from some major sorcery. Some are Tanaric teething blades. Others look like detonation from Loth globes, or scars from Betesu Kornugan whips. However, a lot of the weapons embedded in the sides are weapons like none I've ever seen, and I'm well versed in a variety of weapons to many different worlds and on many different worlds and on many different planes. Makes you wonder what's held in the inside of the tower. Basher who cracks that tower might have a museum in their hands. Makes you curious, doesn't it? What can you tell me about the city of Sigil? Sigil. Sigil is the city at the center of all things, or so many believe. It is the city of doors. There are literally thousands of portals here. It is home to the Lady of Pain herself. Sigil is a topic that can fill volumes and volumes of volumes. Tell me about the Lady of Pain. The Lady of Pain. Emrys leans in and drops his voice slightly. One of the multiverse's greatest mysteries, everyone will agree. I think she's proved beyond doubt's shadow that females are the most dangerous creatures in the multiverse. Tips Fedora. Go on. Some say she's a goddess, a power that's made Sigil her home. Truth is, she breaks the laws of every power I've encountered. Powers need worshippers, gives them their power, but the lady doesn't like to be worshipped. People who do end up in her shadow, their flesh torn apart by invisible blades. Now, I've seen some horrible things in my life, things that would make another man's knees go weak and make him lose control of his vitals. Doesn't even compare to seeing one of the lady's victims. Interesting. What else can you tell me? Next is, she don't take the people who try and play God in Sigil. See, you may not know this, but first off, no powers can enter Sigil. Not Zeus, not Ra, no one. Word is that the lady's presence somehow keeps them out. Can't get in, not a one, and that twists their stems like you wouldn't believe. Sigil's such a sweet fruit that anyone would want to pluck. That the other powers are always looking for some way into Sigil. They haven't succeeded. Go on. Well, it goes beyond that. Not only does the lady keep them out, she keeps anybody inside the city from harming it. Certainly she has some help from our faction, the Harmonium, since we like order, but every once in a while a foolish basher takes it into their head to start fighting on the streets of the city. Maybe decide to kill a few Davas, brew up some chaos, or start casting mass destruction spells. Not a good thing. Makes the lady upset. Doesn't like to see her city hurt. She'll kill you, or maze you, for doing such. Maze you? You haven't heard of the mazes? He looks at you condescendingly. You are green. The lady's got extra-dimensional prisons she can place special offenders in. You see, she takes little bits of Sigil, shapes them into mazes, then cuts them off from Sigil. You'll be walking home one night, or be stepping through an archway near your home. Then suddenly everything changes. You won't be in the place you remember. You'll be trapped. Chant is that there's one way to get out of each maze, but you'll be dead and gone before you tumble onto the dark of how to escape. You mentioned portals. Do you know of any? Portals? Do I know about portals? Well, not personally, except some of the more common ones. I imagine they can be found in practically every ward. Portals are funny things. Sometimes they shift around, at other times they simply seem to vanish. They're hard to keep track of. I must be going first.
All right.
Oh, I seem to remember there being something else to do here.
Done. Done.
Why not? Got it. Got it.
Oh,
Sure, why not?
the golem got mad. Let's kill the golem.
Done.
My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Would you give me a hand here?
All right.
Sure, why not? Damn it.
Done.
What's happening? I just came into Lothar's abode and I killed both of his golems. But he doesn't seem to mind, luckily.
Got it. Got it.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't even care if you steal his shit. Yeah, there we go. He's a surprisingly chill dude for being like a level 40 something cleric. Oh yeah, he can heal us. Cause, you know, he's a cleric. Imagine a cleric being able to heal me. We also got this anti-magic shell. This will come in handy very late in the game. We could go down here and kill all the rats. Hello, rats. Look at all these rats. There's so many of them. This leads back to the Weeping Stone catacombs, but not really interested in going back there. Oh yeah, we do need to go and pick up the bronze sphere from Farad, but we don't need to do that yet. There's plenty of time to do that. There's nothing here. Mantuak. She a half man, half rat hybrid. Its red eyes gleam with a certain cunning, and the voice that issues from its mouth is oily and insinuating.
So, a biped comes slinking into the nest of Lothar's servants. What do you want, man? And where do you intend to go? Step lightly, intruder, and speak the truth to Mantuak.
Who are you?
I am Mantuak. I am the voice of many a one, and the emissary of Lothar, master of the bones. I speak here, and you answer. What do you want here?
Who is Menius One?
In this place, flesh, I ask the questions. I do not answer them. What do you want?
I'm just looking around.
That is unacceptable. You must have a purpose in the king's nest.
Then I'll leave.
Yes, you will. Return not, or you shall suffer.
I'm looking for the person in charge here.
You seek Lothar, yet you have come from his sanctum. Go now, and I shall forget I have seen you.
Wait, can't I just fight him? I don't want to risk murdering him, because it might make Lothar angry. Oh well. Whatever.
I'm gone. Done.
I think we're more or less done with this area now. I guess we might as well go and pick these up.
I want 'em all. How much for the bunch of 'em? Come on, we have a special on slaves. Use 'em for whatever you will. They're right
I'm
over
gone.
here. Step right up.
I was told that I could retrieve some plants for a tomb here.
Plans for a tomb? You don't look dead, sir. Not that it's any of my business if you are. Here are your plans, sir. Can I get you anything else?
No. Bye.
All right.
So I don't really need these. Yeah, I guess we'll just go to... Actually, let's just do the
All right.
last quest for the auctioneer. Hi, Ignis.
All right.
Back again? What now?
Gilsborough the auctioneer wanted you to post his handbill.
Gilsborough, eh? Let me take a look at that.
He takes the handbill from you and looks it over. He frowns at it and says,
Alright, tell him I'll put it up. Anything else you want it?
No.
wait, actually, I want to do something real quick.
All right.
Yes?
What? I didn't
The
talk
hive
to you.
changes so rapidly. It has changed a great deal since I was here last.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, it's nighttime. I love the song that plays here at nighttime. I wanna listen to it.
All right.
This is the wrong theme, dude. This theme is awesome. It's a cut theme that plays during nighttime, and you can get it back in the game with the unfinished business mod.
Maud, I must confess, I'm curious as to how you became a floating skull.
It's a long story involving the head of Vecna. I don't want to talk about it.
That was you?
Could we please change the subject?
Done.
Also, for some reason, the main theme in that bar reminds me of the old school RuneScape Barbarian Village song. Wait, let me search it up. Or was it that one? Yeah, for some reason the Smoldering Corpse track reminds me of this one. And hello, Bogu Bogu. Right. Yeah, I have enough junk. Let's actually go and pick up the bronze sphere.
I'm gone.
Yeah, alright, enough.
Done.
What happened? What did this to you? Don't know, don't care. At least we got the bronze sphere. Hey, that rhymed. As you approach the archway, it begins to shimmer faintly. You notice that Farad's crutch emits a similar glow. Touch the archway with the crutch. Fraud Pepe had. He deserved it. Now he's gonna be in hell forever. No spoilers. No. Swarm curse. Well, it's not quite insect plague, but it's bugs. Who doesn't like some bugs every now and then? Chromatic orb, garbage, magic missile, pretty garbage at this point. Okay, some charms, not bad, nothing.
Sure, why not?
Cheese, literally cheese. Now we can cheese for real. Let the cheesing begin. Nothing here.
Might as well.
Done.
There really isn't anything interesting here, is there? That's a real shame.
I'm listening. It shall be done.
Okay. A stinger earring. It's not terrible. And a new eye. But it's probably garbage.
I'm gone.
Alright. There's nothing else here. Let's leave. The most important thing is the bronze sphere. And believe me, you'll wanna hold on to that for dear life. All the way to the bitter end.
Done.
I should really do the Modron maze, by the way, cause that way I'll get a easy fast travel device.
I'm gone.
Yeah, I might actually do that right away. Cause then we can fast travel pretty easily.
Done.
Modron maze sucks though. Yeah, but I'm only doing the easy version because I'm only doing it to get the fast travel. Because you can use it to fast travel very conveniently, basically wherever you are. You don't need to go through like these area exit screens or whatever.
I'm gone.
And I mean, if I want Nordum, I'll eventually have to do it anyway. But I'm not gonna do the hard maze
Just look natural.
for a long while yet.
Casual.
Not until I'm like crazy high level. Because it's brutal. Thought I had Poofy stream open and someone to follow. Yeah. Bronze sphere. The only problem with the bronze sphere is that it's not really bronze, it's gold. Yeah, I guess it is more gold than bronze. Rod's crutch. Wow. So useful. I have so many bandages. Stinger earring. I still don't understand why Dakon is unable to wear earrings. The dude's got more ear than anyone else here, any other two characters combined. This is +1 AC versus missiles. -1. Oh, and it gives a Deco bonus too.
I'm gone.
Vrishika. This sharp-featured woman's appearance is attractive, though somewhat disturbing, with her blue-black skin and bright yellow eyes. Good water. As she examines you, a small pair of bat-like wings unfold from her back, then seem to settle back into her skin. Well, well, a floating, disembodied, prevaricating skull. And fall from grace, or whatever it is you call yourself now. Truly a pleasure to see you here. What do I owe the honor of your visit? I thought that you rarely trafficked among our kind anymore. She glances at you for a moment with the same faint sneer. Or is your assignment here almost finished? I do not know what assignment you are referring to, Vrishika, though your presence here brings with it many questions. Last I had heard you were a standard bearer for the company of the Vulture. How did you come to Sigil? She replies curtly, firing a question back like an arrow. By choice. And you? Where will your orders take you next? She suddenly turns to you. You see, little man. Vrishika smiles as if savoring the words. The best temptress is one that can make you buy into the illusion of being both promiscuous yet virtuous at the same time. A prostitute priestess, as it were. Mistress Grace is among the greatest. She turns to Fall from Grace. Are you not? You would not think that 1,000 years of slavery had left their scars, no? Fall from Grace speaks with a coldness you have never heard before. The air almost becomes ice as she dissects Vrishika with her gaze. That is enough. Very well, though you are the ones who came into my emporium. Vrishika looks to you. She narrows her eyes. You're the scarred man who's been going around asking all the questions. She looks you up and down. You sure look lost. Did you want to come in, really, or are you just casing the place because you have nothing better to do? Because Vrishika, she indicates herself, can help you. How can you help me? I travel and trade extensively. I hear a great deal, I purchase a great deal, and I own a great deal. Perhaps I can make you a great deal. Is there anything that you desire? Perhaps. What are you selling? Would you care to examine the weapons and charms, or some of my more exotic acquisitions? Exotic items. Rishika smiles as you look at the various shelves in the middle of the shop. If you see nothing you like here, there are more items towards the front and the back of the store as well. You look at the various shelves towards the back of the shop. Front. Oh, there it is. The metallic cube figurine. You examine a small metal replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes on one of its faces. The toy has 2 legs, 2 arms, and 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. Rishika smiles as you pick it up. A collector's item, perhaps, or a piece of artwork. Who knows? But I like it. If you do buy it, ask around. Someone might know more about it than I. You can have it for only 1,500 copper coins. Okay, so I need to get some money. You almost have enough. The shamanic rod is garbage. I'm gonna sell it. Same with the corpse fly charms. Please tell me she buys them. Okay, good. There we go. Let's buy the cube figurine.
I'll take it.
Yes, Rishika purrs. A wise choice. The copper you pour into her hand seems to disappear the moment it touches her palm. She hands you the item. Please, enjoy your newest acquisition.
Farewell.
I'm gone.
Let's go and talk to the Modrons about it.
Done.
Actually, let me examine it first. This small metal toy is a replica of a cube-like creature. Oh, already. Maybe it's a collector's item. Put the cube away. The strange cubic creature seems to be as much machine as it is organic. As you approach the thing, it silently stares at you with wide, unblinking eyes. Its face hasn't the slightest trace of emotion on it. Come on, Chief. We're in a building full of some of the sexiest chits this side of the multiverse, and you're stopping to talk to Modrons?
My apologies, Mort, but I'm talking to the Modron.
Fine, whatever, but don't say I didn't warn you. You probably won't get anywhere with them though, Chief. They're an odd lot to talk to.
Hello there, Robin for days.
Greetings.
Its voice has a metallic, reverberating quality to it, as if it were more a sound played out on some warped musical instrument than true speech.
Your greeting is returned.
There is a soft click as the creature blinks. An awkward silence hangs in the air between the two of you.
I had some questions.
Identify yourself to us.
I'm not sure who I am.
We would know why this is so.
I don't know myself, I just can't remember.
All things should have a name. All things should be identified. We find your answer unsatisfactory, but it shall have to suffice for the present.
The creature pauses and blinks at you.
We would identify ourselves as Modrons, Quadron type, winged variant to the subject.
I had some questions now. Do you know what this little cube-like toy creature is?
The Modron, its appearance identical in every aspect but size to the object in your hands, blinks once, twice, then speaks. The object is a portal cube. The user is to position the appendages of the portal cube in such a manner that it will activate. Once activated, the portal cube will transport the user to whatever destination it was tuned to during its creation.
What's the proper position to activate this one?
We do not have that information. Over 97% of all portal cubes function in a slightly different manner. We were not present at the construction of the subject's portal cube, nor have we ever been given instructions as to its use. Should the subject desire to utilize the portal cube, they will have to determine its method of operation and destination via experimentation.
Where will this cube take its user?
We do not have... it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna start. I'm gonna look at the interwebs, because I'm not gonna start randomly trying out combinations, because we'd be here for years. So I'm just gonna look at the Torment wiki. Left knee, left wing, right arm. Oh, I messed up. Left knee, left wing. Right wing, right arm, okay. No Nordum, Sedge. Hello, Zerael. Arrived at the right time. Well, I'm probably not gonna do the hard maze yet, because we're a bit under leveled for it, because I'm playing on max difficulty. But I'm probably gonna just do the easy maze so we can get the portal lens, so we can fast travel really easily. Oh boy, the maze, trapping folks. I'm not doing the hard maze yet, so I'm just gonna run through the easy one real quick. Okay, here we are. I love the music here, by the way. You see a cube with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 small wings sprouting from its sides. On the front of the cube is an animated face. As you approach, the creature focuses its eyes upon you. Greetings. The creature focuses emotionless eyes on you. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome to Rubicon, the dungeon construct. Thank you for choosing Rubicon for your dungeoning experience. You may access Rubicon through this door.
What is Rubicon?
The creature stares at you without answering.
What is a dungeon construct?
The creature blinks at you but gives no indication it has heard your question.
Okay, I gotta go.
Max difficulty, no reload, SCS, Ascension, extra difficult, Melisande battle, yeah. Low threat construct, yeah, I'm not even gonna talk to these because there's no point. These aren't really tough, so...
It shall be done.
The clock seems true.
I'm gone.
I do love how this whole thing is just one long parody about dungeon crawlers. A goodie. It looks like a small stone rod of some sort. Interesting but useless. I always make a map for the maze. Yeah, I will do that as well once I do the hard maze, but right now we're just doing the easy one, and this is always linear if I remember correctly, so but once we do the actual hard maze, then we'll definitely draw a map, because yeah, it's too tough.
I'm a pleasure.
I'm gone.
I will hear you.
Done. All right.
What a curious construct this is.
Die.
Sound effects seem a bit high. I was making sorry. I have a map ready to print on it on your HD. Still better than Watcher's Keep level 3 with randomized maze. I mean, the Modra maze is also randomized, but a clue. This cryptic piece of parchment simply states, you now have a better understanding of what is going on.
I'm gone.
But not nearly as miserable. I don't know, this can be pretty miserable too.
Done.
Especially since I am playing on the maximum difficulty, so yeah.
Done.
Oh wait, never mind, this isn't linear. Well, it's too late to draw a map now. We just gotta roll with it. Maybe leave something on the doorway that I came through. Like, yeah, I'll just drop this here so I know I've been through that door.
Right. I'm gone. Damn. Damn.
Bag of coins.
Die. All right.
Oh.
Done.
Okay, we made it.
Greetings.
Greetings. The creature speaks with a monotone, sexless voice. That's like my voice. I
have some questions.
State your question.
Who are you?
We are Modron.
Your name is Modron?
We are Modron. We do not have a name. We are Modron. All that you see here are Modron. We are one.
If you don't have names, how do you tell one Modron from another?
There is a pause as the Modron considers your question.
We know. We are Modron. We are a part of the whole. Just as you recognize the hand that is part of the arm, we recognize each part of the whole.
Did I beat Max Payne already? I sure did. The VOD is available. It was misery. It was truly maximum pain. But yeah, I did beat the game. I'll play Max Payne 2 at some point as well. But I also really want to get through Torment as well, because, you know.
What about you, the individual?
The Modran looks confused and pauses for a second. A heated buzzing sound fills the room but quickly passes. We are Modran. We are part of the whole. The whole is Modran. There is no other. Ah, thank you, Robin, for days for them extra painkillers. Much love and God bless. You've been keeping me well supplied with the painkillers. Honestly, I think that might have been the only reason I managed to even beat the game. That I had the mental fortitude to finish the game. Because of all the painkillers you've been feeding me. Thanks again, man. Really appreciate it. The love and support.
It's interesting. What are you?
We are Modran. We are Quadrone.
What is a Modron?
We are Modran. Our race is identified as such.
Then what is a Quadrone?
Within our race, we are identified as type Quadrone. I have so many fond childhood memories from Max Payne 1, very much like BG. Yeah, same. I also played Max Payne as a kid, but it turns out nostalgia can only get you so far. Oh man. Okay.
What is this place?
This is the Rubicon Dungeon Construct project.
What exactly is that?
The Modran begins to emit a soft humming sound as it answers you. Rubicon. Project goal is to determine the dynamics, both social and asocial, surrounding the environment commonly construed as a dungeon, and to attempt to explain the aberrations that tend to occur in such environments. Alright, after being nearly an hour late for my own stream time to start. Have a kick-ass stream. Thanks, Bogu, and you have a kick-ass stream as well. I'll probably rate you once I'm done. I would never have ever have done a max difficulty run. It's just Max Payne 1 especially. It's almost straight up like unfair. I remember Max Payne 2 being a lot more the gameplay experience being a lot smoother, and it's not just like there's way less of you just dying instantly when you go around a corner and stuff like that. So Max Payne 2 will I'll probably have a much better time with Max Payne 2.
How do you intend to do that?
Rubicon is capable of forming a series of rooms linked in such a fashion as to form what is commonly referred to as a dungeon. Each dungeon can have one of 3 difficulty settings: easy, normal, or hard. The dungeon is then populated with monsters, traps, and treasure, according to the difficulty level chosen. After creation, the dungeon can be fully explored. The Modran begins to emit a low hum.
What is the humming sound?
Rubicon is a worthy accomplishment and... pauses for a moment. We are content.
You said something about aberrations.
What I found cool about Max Payne 2 is that you can reload instantly with the cool spin animation. Yeah, that was awesome. Especially when you're like dual wielding. Queries to be answered. What attracts people to dungeons? Why do people often seek to enter them if they are places of such danger? Why are dungeons there in the first place? What are the dynamics of a workable dungeon? We do not understand. I do not.
You started to say I instead of we.
The Modron gives you a concerned look, then glances about the room. You are in error. We are Modron. We are the whole. We will not discuss this.
I know what I heard. You started to say I, and
the Modron frowns at you. You hear a hint of anger in its voice as it answers you. No, we are Modron. We are a part of the whole. We will not discuss this further. An angry buzzing fills the room, then subsides.
How do I get out of here?
The Modron hesitates before answering. Exit unavailable. Project halted. The room is filled with a confused buzzing sound that suddenly stops.
What project? What are you talking about?
This is the Rubicon dungeon construct. Wait, didn't I already? Yeah. Yeah, I already went through that, so we need to...
Interesting. I'd like to try out one of these dungeons.
There's a significant pause before the Modron answers you. Request denied. Project halted due to accident.
What accident?
Dungeon to construct became unstable. Cause uncertain. Fail safes activated, causing dungeon to collapse. Cause uncertain. Portal lens malfunctioned, causing contact with home plane of Mechanus to be severed. Cause uncertain. Reset of dungeon necessary.
Then why don't you reset it?
Reset can only be initiated by Project Director. Project Director disintegrated. Portal lens has malfunctioned and contact with Mechanus severed. Cannot acquire replacement director from Mechanus.
Let me get this straight. You can't reset without a director, but you can't get a director without resetting?
The Modron looks worried and begins to fidget. Assessment correct. Project halted.
Look, I'm an adventurer and I've been through some dungeons in my day. Why not let me be your director?
The room is suddenly filled with a buzzing sound that just as suddenly subsides. Assistance welcome. You are now project director. Advise on next task.
Reset the dungeon.
Initializing reset. The room is filled with a low thrumming sound that can be felt rather than heard. Collapsing existing dungeon. The sound rises in power until the floor begins to vibrate. Initializing new dungeon. The sound rises in volume until you think your head is about to explode. Suddenly the room goes quiet. Reset complete. Dungeon construct status easy. Awaiting further instructions, director.
What exactly is Rubicon capable of?
Alternate capabilities are available via the portal lens.
What alternate capabilities?
Rubicon can form a gateway to other locations by temporarily attaching itself to known existing portals. This effect is known as a portal lens. This allows use of the portal from within Rubicon without traveling to the portal location.
So if I know of a portal, I can go to its destination from here?
Correct, director.
Are there any dangers associated with Rubicon that I should be aware of?
Yes, director. Do not become separated from any companions while in the maze. If the maze were to be reset or a new difficulty setting chosen, anyone left in the maze would be killed.
I see. I will now reform my party while in the maze. Anything else?
Updated my journal.
Yes, director. Do not drop items or equipment in the maze. If the maze were to be reset or a new... Yeah, it's the same.
I see. I'll not drop anything important.
Updated
Anything
my
else?
journal.
He pauses to think a moment. No, Director.
Are there any dangers for spellcasters in this place?
Yes, Director. It is likely that connections to energies of external origin are disrupted by this place.
Does that mean I can't cast spells?
Affirmative.
How can I protect myself from this effect?
A spell key is required to stabilize the connection.
Where can I find this spell key?
It can be requested from the Rubicon Guide.
The Rubicon Guide? Where can I find him?
The Rubicon Guide has been assigned to the task to welcome adventurers. He can be found in the entrance section of the Rubicon dungeon construct. A keyword is needed to receive a spell key.
And what is it?
The keyword for requesting a spell key is Stargazer.
I'm gone.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, Fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
I was told to tell you the keyword Stargazer.
The creature blinks twice before it starts emitting a low buzzing sound that subsides after a couple of seconds. Without saying a word, it hands you a sheet of paper like piece of cloth.
Thank you, farewell.
Mm-hmm.
Done. All right.
Okay. So now we just go through the easy maze and hope luck be a lady that we find a portal lens. Let me actually check. Can the portal lens actually be found if the dungeon is set to easy? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So they do drop on easy. Well, that's good.
I'm gone.
Not gonna pick up any worthless stuff. Rod of Modron Might.
Damn. Damn. I'm gone. Done. I'm gone. Damn.
Damn it. A lot of practice, it seems.
All right. Die.
Mirror image. Okay, cool.
All right.
There it is. Portal lunch. That's all I came here for.
I'm gone.
I'll still go through a little bit.
All
'Cause
right.
they might drop some other good stuff.
Balance in all
Done.
things.
Done.
Yeah, it should be done.
Done. I'm gone. Done. I'm gone. All right. I'm gone. I'm gone. All right.
Playtime is over.
Princess Valley.
I'm gone.
Princess Valley.
I'm hurt. All right.
Oof. I got crit.
All right.
Really should have rested before
It should be done.
Oh well. It doesn't matter, we can leave at any point we want, because we have the portal
Yes.
lens. So it's
It is I.
pretty whatever.
I'm gone.
I'm just gonna clear out some of these constructs. In case they
Alright.
drop something cool.
A lot of practice, it seems.
They probably won't though. Okay, never mind. There's a lens for...
Die. Done. Die. I'm gone.
Damn it! seems.
All right. I'm gone. All right. Done. All right.
I'm a little out of practice, it seems.
Combat in Planescape Torment, good time to veg. Yeah, it's well, I'm just quickly rummaging through this easy maze because I want to see if they drop any good stuff. The hard maze is still, you know, we'll have to do that eventually, and that's gonna be mega painful. But we got some decent loot. Lens of perspicacity. Okay. Some Zephyr bolts.
I'm gone. Done. I'm gone. All right. All right.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Done.
Let's just leave.
I'm gone.
Well, anyway, it's getting pretty late. It's been almost 5 hours of this game again. My throat is starting to hurt. Or it's already been hurting for a while. So I think this is a good time to call it here. We'll pick up where we left off tomorrow, most likely. So, yeah. Let's give. Oh, we'll rate Bogu because I promised to. As is tradition. So, yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody, for watching and listening. Take care and make good choices, and yeah, I'll see you around. Good night and bye bye.